va maintenant le chant de l'hymne national, géré par l'honorable député d'Hochelaga. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, we have a historic opportunity today. For the first time, we, the people's representatives, must vote whether we are for or against tax havens. Voting for my motion would be putting an end to the big banks and multinationals being able to hide their profits in Barbados. Voting against the motion is encouraging them to carry on doing so. Henceforth, it would be done with the support of the political class. If some of you believe with all your hearts that this is desirable to have these tax havens, it concerns you. But I invite you to remember that we speak on behalf of the people. At home, people are disgusted by tax havens. They have the impression of working harder than ever before and being squeezed like lemons with fewer and fewer good quality services. They have the impression they're being tricked and that our institutions and society are corrupt. It's up to you to judge what gestures the citizens expect on your behalf.
Saga Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, responding to an invitation by Engineers Without Borders, I had the opportunity to visit Kenya with the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill. What we witnessed there was extraordinary. Creative minds strategizing ways of impact economically and socially. I met a woman entrepreneur innovating for the success of her small business. Children striving towards excellence, their future doctors, lawyers, tradespeople. I saw it in their eyes. If they got the opportunity, they will succeed. Mr. Speaker, I speak from experience. 25 years ago, I was a girl child striving for opportunity in a developing country. Uniform dusty, but eyes gleaming. Today, I'm even more committed to work with the Minister for International Development to further the partnership between Canada, Kenya, and other African nations. As a donor country, Africa is and should remain a priority for us. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business recently named Barrie the third most progressive city out of 122 in the country for entrepreneurial startups in 2016. Tech companies like Fresh Spoke and G-Shift, web designers Tiger Shark, fresh food producer Not Your Granny's Granola, realtors Mark and Joanna Ferris, the Mordens of KKP, and Chad and Sandra Ballantyne of the creative space are just some of the examples of excellence in local entrepreneurship. I commend Barrie City Council, Zvi Lifshivs of Invest Barrie, and many others for their focus on supporting the creation of startups and promoting a sound environment for jobs and jobs growth. Mr. Speaker, these small businesses are not vehicles for rich people to avoid paying taxes, as the Prime Minister believes. They are the drivers of jobs and the lifeblood of our economy. Raising taxes on small business is the wrong approach, and the government's tax and spend agenda puts the success of these companies in jeopardy, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, October 11th, I met with representatives of ANCOP, an organization that helps families, children, and the homeless. They are there to meet the needs of the poor.
HoC, which literally means answering the cry of the poor, builds homes, feeds the hungry, educates children in Canada and all around the world. Alex Bocarin, Willie Singonege, along with others in our Filipino community, they are proud of their Filipino background, yet are fiercely Canadian. They remind us of the importance of family, faith, and social justice. HoC, thank you for your service to our community. It is truly a testament to the values and principles we all hold dear. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an ecologist, I know how important scientific research is to this country, particularly that done by young scientists with their brilliant curiosity, exploring the world through fresh eyes. And that is why I was so happy today to meet with the Lieber Arrow Fellows. These young Canadian postdoctoral scientists tackle management challenges and conservation issues with novel analyses, novel perspectives, and novel collaborations, with subjects as diverse as climate change, marine ecosystems, grasslands, birds, butterflies, bumblebees, and bats. This program takes its name from the Latin words for "I will be free," reflecting the importance of the independent research. They're here in Ottawa to learn how the results of their studies can be heard in the halls of government, and I can assure this House that we will be hearing regularly from them and from the new fellows that join their ranks year by year.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, remarkable and outstanding feats occur every day alongside ordinary acts that have major repercussions. Some, like Liliane Bessette, risk their lives. This young woman from Saint-Jean saved a man. She received the Medal of Bravery, one of the highest honors in our country. Others, like Dr. André Gamache, help victims of disaster. His efforts have allowed Haitians from the village of La Brousse to rebuild their village. He has just received the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers. Every day, community groups work, often in the background, and they help people deal with the hardships they face in a dignified manner. These pillars of our society do not always receive the honors that they deserve. I thank them, therefore, because their actions inspire all of us and help us to do our work while bearing in mind that we all want to make Canada a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Stanley Cup will be in Brockville, Ontario, in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. It will be on display in the Thousand Islands Mall, just steps from my constituency office, for just over an hour. It will be displayed by Randy Sexton, a Brockville native who is currently the Pittsburgh Penguins Director of Amateur Scouting. A Brockville Sports Hall of Fame member, it wasn't Mr. Sexton's skills on the ice that led him to be part of a Stanley Cup winning team. Rather, he says his character, team-first attitude, competitiveness, and passion make the difference, and it is those attributes that he likes to instill in youth today. He looks forward to displaying the cup in his hometown to help inspire people. And as he says, I hope somewhere along the line that even if it's one person, one child, one teenager, I can inspire them to dream big.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a great day for Brampton and a great day for Canada. The province of Ontario announced this morning that Brampton will be getting a much-needed university. A university that's going to create over 1,800 permanent jobs in Brampton. I want to congratulate Mayor Madam Linda Jeffrey and all the City Council for working so hard to get this much-needed university to Brampton. I also want to congratulate my fellow members of Parliament from Brampton, who have worked very, very hard over the past year to ensure that the university was a much important decision for the province of Ontario to award it to the City of Brampton. And I look forward to building a world-class university in the City of Brampton, and I invite everybody in this House to come visit our university once it's built in the near future. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, today is the opening night of the Toronto Raptors season. So go Raptors, go!
The Honourable Member for Nipissing to Miscommand.
Mr. Speaker, the 2016 New Liskeard Bikers Reunion took place in my riding from July 1st to 3rd and was once again a resounding success. For 15 years, motorcycle enthusiasts from across North America made the pilgrimage to New Liskeard, Ontario to join the Freedom Ride and help raise money for the local community cancer care program. L'homme d'affaires.
The businessman responsible for organizing this event, Mr. Barry Phippen, announced that after 15 years, this year would be the last Bikers Reunion.
Very humble beginnings in 1999, Barry was the heart and soul of this annual event, which attracted over 6,000 bikers and 25,000 visitors to the area. This year, $165,000 was raised, bringing the 15-year total to over $1 million. I would like to thank Barry and his team of volunteers for their hard work and dedication to this extraordinary cause. The world needs more Barry Phippens.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, it's been just over a year that the people of my riding have given me their trust to represent them. 1 year of pure happiness working both with mayors, prefects, and other organizations and people across my riding. On top of that, I have discovered the majesticness of the landscape of my riding. There are many footpaths that would make you just forget any troubles you have in your life. Thank you for the trust that you put in me to be your voice here in Ottawa. And I repeat today that I wish to give back to my riding everything that it deserves. And I thank particularly my family for allowing me once again to live my dream.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I had the honor of attending a wonderful Diwali Gala hosted by the Hindu Vedic Cultural Society in Surrey under the leadership of President Satish Kumar, Purushottam Goyal, Manish Goyal, Karan Goyal, and Kapil Goyal. For Hindus, Diwali is a time to remember the release from exile of Lord Rama, his wife, and his brother. For Sikhs, the celebration known as Bandi Chhod Divas marks the anniversary of Guru Har Gobind Ji's freedom from imprisonment and return to the Golden Temple. To all in Surrey Newton and across the country celebrating this Sunday, I wish you and your families a very happy Bandi Chhod Divas and very happy Diwali.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. On October 13th, I participated in the Franco-Manitoban Society's annual general meeting. During that meeting, the Francophone community celebrated the return of the long-form census. It also indicated its desire to see the return of the Court Challenges program. The community also marked the challenges in terms of funding for Francophone media and attracting Francophone immigrants, which has been emphasized by the Official Languages Committee. Tomorrow night, they will hold an extraordinary meeting to vote on an important strategic plan that were the result of work done by the community over the last year. Its goal is to ensure our vitality for future generations. We are a tenacious, diverse, and vibrant community, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, each day over 600,000 barrels of oil are imported into eastern Canada. The top source countries are the U.S., Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Nigeria, Norway, and Angola. The oil, which arrives via large tankers and rail, represents millions of dollars taken out of the Canadian economy every single day. The math here is simple. Oil is already being used, but it's not Canadian oil. Not a single greenhouse gas emission is being reduced. Simply allowing the market to switch to Canadian oil would increase Canadian jobs, increase funding for Canadian healthcare, education, and other social programs, and increase our own control over the environment. These are undeniable wins on all counts for all Canadians. Energy East would create thousands of jobs across the country and bring in billions of dollars in tax revenues. desperately needed as this Liberal government grapples with budget deficit projections that seem to increase almost daily. It's time for the Prime Minister to show some leadership on this file for the good of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, un Canadien.
Mr. Speaker, one Canadian out of 35 is a veteran, and on average, these are younger and more diversified than in the past. We have to say that without a uniform, most Canadians would not even recognize them.
The Veterans Among Us campaign, veterans of the Canadian Forces and RCMP are asked to wear their medals and insignia on the 1st and 30th of November. I hope all Canadians will take the time to express their appreciation to these veterans who are so deserving of our recognition. And I would like to encourage my colleagues during this month of remembrance to honour their sacrifice through action and leadership in this chamber based on our respect for each other. So I invite all Canadian Forces, RCMP, and first responder veterans, including my colleagues in this place, to wear their medals and insignia on the 1st and 30th of November in honour of all who have served.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Speaker, hate crimes targeting Muslim Canadians have tragically become more frequent in recent years, and each time we hear of another, it weighs heavily on our hearts, because we know that Canada is fundamentally a country of peace. Nous célébrons la diversité.
We celebrate our diversity and differences. That's part of who we are, but these values have to be protected. These sparks of hate must not be condoned. We cannot do nothing. History has taught us that well. We must fight against the hate that's carried out against any group of person because of their religion, their ethnic origins, their language, or their sexual orientation.
Fight hate perpetrated against the Muslim community and denounce in this House Islamophobia in all of its forms. On
behalf of all New Democrats, I want to offer my support to the Muslim community of Sept-Îles and remind all Muslim communities in Canada that we stand with them.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, reading the latest Parliamentary Budget Officer report, I could not help but notice that the PBO stated that had the Liberal government not booked increased Liberal spending in the 2015-2016 fiscal year, the government would have reported a $2.9 billion surplus. And I mention this as the Finance Minister has contested this fact multiple times. I hope now that the facts are known, the Finance Minister will correct the record that his government was in fact left a surplus. And we also know yesterday that the Prime Minister was quoted as saying he would not break his promises. Yet the Prime Minister was elected on a promise to run a modest $10 billion a year deficit budget. The fact is, we know that these Liberal promises have been broken, and it's small wonder that young workers yesterday were protesting against the Prime Minister, as ultimately they know they will be the ones paying the bill. Mr. Speaker, my constituents would also like to see this Liberal government keep their promises, including the election promise of a balanced budget by the 2019-2020 fiscal year. Thank you.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the agreement that was reached last evening between the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador and the Innu Nation, the Nunatsiavut Government and the Nunatuavut Community Council regarding Muskrat Falls. A number of concerns surrounding human health, Indigenous food security and environmental protection were addressed after 12 hours of negotiations by strong leadership on all sides. Make no mistake, the deal reached last evening sets a new standard for Indigenous relations in Newfoundland and Labrador. It is an issue that is of grave importance to our communities and one that we care deeply about as Labradorians and one we know that our government and Canadians care deeply about as well. I look forward to seeing these continued partnerships between all leaders, all governments and all people in our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, while the battle to retake Mosul from the Islamic State is underway, the Prime Minister isn't being transparent with Canadians about our role in these combat operations. He called it a training mission, but we've learned through social media that our troops are on the front lines and engaging the enemy. This is serious. Why is the Prime Minister withholding information about our true role in this conflict instead of being transparent and admitting our troops are engaged in combat? Canadians should learn about this on Twitter.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians can be proud of the men and women of the Canadian Forces who continue to step up, put their lives on the line in places all around the world while they stand for our values. The fact is, we have sent them on a mission that is important in terms of supporting and assisting and training the local forces to take back their towns, their communities. We are engaged, as we predicted we would be engaged, in a mission that is dangerous but very important to make sure that Canada does its part in the fight against Daesh.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We support our troops 100%, but this is about transparency. It's been regular practice for the government to provide technical briefings to the media and to Canadians when our soldiers are deployed in battle. Top commanders were made available to explain the threat that our soldiers faced, but the Prime Minister has changed that policy. For political reasons, he promised to end a combat mission that he's actually expanding. Will the Prime Minister be transparent and resume these briefings so Canadians can know exactly what our men in uniform are facing?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We have changed somewhat the approach that the previous government had. We will not put our men and women in the Canadian Forces in harm's way for communications purposes. We remain open and transparent about what this mission is and what the extraordinary work they are doing, but we will not compromise the safety for a communications exercise here at home.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, we learned troubling facts about discrimination against some of our soldiers in the armed forces. This is discrimination based on sexual orientation. The Prime Minister is aware of this because the member for Louis Saint-Laurent gave him, on March 21st, a letter from Lucie Lebel on this subject. 7 months later, she's still waiting for an answer from the Prime Minister. Why hasn't he answered these veterans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We remain very concerned by discrimination and intolerance in any situation. And this very troubling report about the armed forces is, of course, troubling. We are following up, and as you know, this government is always ready to stand up and defend the rights and freedoms of everyone, particularly in vulnerable communities. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister put in place rules in black and white regarding ministerial conduct for fundraising, and he did this because he knows that it's wrong to have ministers charging $1,500 on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada to have a meeting on a government file. Yet that's exactly what's happening. And sadly, the people of Ontario know this very well. Is the Prime Minister now taking fundraising advice from Kathleen Wynne?
Prime Minister.
I think it's important to remind Canadians that the federal system has some of the strictest fundraising rules and expectations of any jurisdiction in this country. The fact is there are still jurisdictions in Canada that have no limits on personal donations, that allow corporate developers, allow unions to donate. We have a system that has very strict limits on only personal donations and total transparency. Canadians can know that the federal system around fundraising is secure, transparent, and ethical.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know those rules because we actually brought them in. But there's a word for the Prime Minister's attempt to defend the Liberal Mr. Speaker, what we need is for them to follow the rules. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows, he knows very well what's happening is wrong. And he shouldn't be defending this. Canadians shouldn't have to pay $1,500 to access their government. The Prime Minister put clear rules on ethics and accountability in place, and he and his ministers are now violating them. Does he really believe his own rules for open and accountable government, or is this document?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The members opposite, indeed all Canadians, know that the level of access that Canadians have, including Canadians who disagree with this government, to this government, is unprecedented. Whether it's town halls with Canadians who disagree with me, whether it's pre-budget consultations that the finance minister is doing across the country, we are an open and accessible government that you do not have to pay a cent to hear your concerns. That is what Canadians expect. We follow all the rules and laws around fundraising. That is why we're proud that we have one of the strictest regimes around fundraising of political parties in the country.
Order. Order. On a député d'Outremont.
Political fundraising.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, we do know that there's political fundraising that may currently be legal, but is also clearly unethical. Now, on November 27, 2015, the Prime Minister recognized this when he instituted new ethics rules for members of his cabinet, and he boasted about that. These rules clearly prohibit, and I quote, preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access for political donors. Now, if the Prime Minister is indeed serious about setting the bar higher, why does he not do as the Ethics Commissioner has suggested and put his rules into law?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians can be reassured that at the federal level, we have some of the strictest limits on donations of anywhere in the country. There are still places where developers can give unlimited amounts of money to political parties here in this country. At the federal level, we cannot. We have $1,500 maximal donations per year on personal limits and total transparency as to who gives that money. That means that there are no ethical contradictions between fundraising for your party and...
Remind members that most members in the House can hear things they may or may not like without reacting and are able to wait their turn to speak. So let's have the rest of us do that, please.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, so the question is clear. If the Prime Minister believes in his own rules, why does he stay silent when his ministers ignore those rules? Let's be clear. We're not talking about a spaghetti dinner in a church basement. We're talking about selling privileged access to a federal minister to the very wealthy. If he can't be bothered to enforce his own fundraising rules, will he give the Ethics Commissioner the power to do so in his place? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in our federal system, we already have very clear rules about political donations. It's impossible for anyone to give more than $1,500 per year to a political party. This is done very transparently, with a very high level of accountability that Canadians expect. At the same time, this government is the most open and accessible of any government in the history of Canada. We regularly meet with people with very different views. We regularly meet Canadians with a wide range of concerns, and that's what people expect from us. The Honourable Member for Outremont. The Prime Minister says there is no relationship more important than his relationship with Aboriginal peoples. However, he refuses to award the $155 million ordered by the courts to end discrimination that Aboriginal children have been enduring for far too long. Can the Prime Minister confirm in this House that his government will support our motion to end this discrimination against Aboriginal children? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government understands how important it is to repair the relationship with Aboriginal peoples in this country and to demonstrate respect in our commitment to them. And it's also important to work in partnership to tackle the big challenges that they are facing. That's why we've made historic investments over a period of 5 years, investments of $8.4 million, because we know that investing in the future of young Aboriginals means investing in the future of our country. And this is important. It's important for our country to be fair and open. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
This tribunal has issued a historic ruling that the government discriminates against First Nations children and its delivery of child welfare services on reserves. Since that ruling, the Tribunal has issued 2 further compliance orders to force the Liberals to act. Instead of continuing to fight First Nations children in court, will the Prime Minister support our motion to put an end to this discrimination?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We know that Canadian governments over the past years and indeed generations have failed Indigenous peoples with not giving them the respect, the tools, or the support needed to be able to be successful. We know that is something that is going to take time to turn around, but why we are investing a historic $8.4 billion over the next 5 years to begin to fix these terrible wrongs. But we know there is much more to do, and we continue to work on that.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has showed us that he's incapable of concluding large-scale trade agreements. Why does the Prime Minister prefer dealing with fundraising issues for the Liberal Party rather than signing trade agreements that will benefit all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, Canada has done its job, and we remain committed to getting CETA signed when the European Union is ready. I can't say the same of the Conservatives. When we came to power, this very important agreement was stalled because the Conservatives could not get the deal finished with the EU. We have now done our job. Now it's up to the Europeans to do theirs.
Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Europeans must be very proud to hear that they haven't done their job. Like Mr. Barroso, for example, he came to Canada to speak to Mr. Harper about this agreement. I wonder how he feels about being told he hasn't done his job. There was an agreement that we gave to them. They didn't get it done. Now, do we want forestry workers to pay $1,500 to participate in a fundraising activity so that we can finally get the softwood lumber agreement done? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, our government has delivered the goods for Canadians. I can't say the same for the former government. The only thing they did, along with Mr. Barroso, was to have parties where they celebrated an agreement that wasn't even completed. CETA was stalled under the previous government. Our government has done the work we needed to do to push the agreement forward, and now Europe needs to do its work.
Key Road.
Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail reports that the Liberals took deliberate steps to keep their Cash for Access fundraisers secret and exclusive, using internet protocols to keep them out of search engine results. Now the Minister of Finance is set to attend another fundraiser at the home of a registered lobbyist for HoC Communications, and Google search produces no results. If these fundraisers are above board and ethical, why are the Liberals trying so hard to keep them secret? And what other unethical behavior are they covering up?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to take a quick moment because there's many communities that will be celebrating this weekend, so I'd like to wish all members in this House and all Canadians a happy Diwali and happy Bandi Chhor Divas. To answer the member's question, and I know the member knows very well that federal politics is subject to some of the strictest rules when it comes to the financing legislation, and I can assure the member that everybody on this side of this House complies with all of the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals use the privilege of government to raise money for themselves. This time, the Finance Minister charged $1,500 a ticket just to meet with him. Young Canadians can't afford to spend 2 months' rent in order to be consulted. Times are tough for everyday Canadians, yet the Liberals will make everything cost more for everyone with a carbon tax. Now, I know these tickets probably cost about, one shoe of the Finance Minister's, but when will he stop padding Liberal pockets, stop hurting Canadian families, and get Canadians back to work?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government ran on a commitment to engage with Canadians, to work with Canadians. We ran on a platform, and we are committed to advancing that platform. We committed to a more open, more transparent, more accessible government. We have reduced taxes on the middle class. We have increased taxes on the 1%. We will continue to make the investments that we are making to ensure that Canadians have a government that they can continue to work with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to cash for access fundraising events, the Liberals keep saying they're following the rules, but that's just not the case. The Prime Minister's own rules clearly state ministers should not grant preferential access to stakeholders. Barry Sherman, the chairman of Apotex, is helping organize the Finance Minister's next Cash for Access event in Toronto. So the Finance Minister defends these secret fundraisers as being part of the budget consultation process. Mr. Speaker, when did secret events at the homes of millionaires become legitimate parts of the budget consultation process?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member is intentionally confusing an open and transparent budget consultation process with lawful and ethical fundraising. The federal rules are some of the strongest in the country, and the member knows that we follow all rules, and he knows it very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, order.
So, Mr. Speaker, these events are not open to all Canadians. Most Canadians can't afford the cover charge to get into these special secret consultations. So, once again, the Apotex chairman is helping organize the Finance Minister's November High Roller event. Apotex has lobbied the Finance Minister staff multiple times. They've lobbied the Innovation Minister, the International Trade Minister, and the Health Minister. Plus, Apotex is suing the government for $500 million. Now, does the Prime Minister really expect Canadians to believe that these donations are not buying special access to his cabinet?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that federal politics is subject to some of the strictest political financing legislations and regulations in the country, and the party fully complies with the Elections Act in all cases. When the rules are followed, no conflicts of interest can exist, and we will continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, this weekend the minister walked away from the negotiation table with Wallonia, and since then the government has refused to budge on the deadline. Millions of Europeans and millions of Canadians are concerned by this agreement. Furthermore, yesterday the Prime Minister indicated his support for another agreement, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I have two questions for this government. Will the minister commit to fixing the free trade agreement with Europe? And will she finally admit that her government supports the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which will lead to thousands of job losses for Canada? The Honourable Minister for International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I'm frankly stunned that the NDP has not managed to support an agreement that has the support of socialist politicians across Europe. Last week, the Vice Chancellor of Germany, a social democrat, said that CETA is a good and modern agreement that gives us an excellent opportunity to implement good and fair rules for globalization. Manuel Valls, the socialist Prime Minister of France, said that this is a good agreement.
Did he call me? Mr. Speaker, the NDP supports trade with Europe, but this deal is too important to get wrong. The fact is, millions of Canadians share similar concerns about CETA as Europeans. Where are the consultations with Canadians about fixing this deal? And speaking of consultations, the Trade Committee has been doing the minister's work of consulting on the TPP. At yesterday's Youth Summit, the Prime Minister signaled his support of the TPP. Will the minister finally admit what we've known all along, that the Liberals support the job-killing TPP?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I am frankly astonished that the NDP can't get behind a deal that has the full support of socialists across Europe. Last week, the Vice Chancellor of Germany, who is a social democrat, said, and I quote, CETA is a good and modern agreement, providing us with a great opportunity to set fair and good rules for ongoing globalization. Manuel Valls, Socialist Prime Minister of France, calls it an exemplary deal. Are there any trade deals the NDP will ever support?
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just said a moment ago that he doesn't trust senior members of the Canadian Forces to be open and transparent and give briefings on the mission in Iraq. That is ridiculous, and he should stand and apologize in this place. Despite the Liberals' claim that Canada's training of the Peshmerga is ongoing, generals have confirmed that the operations have shifted away from training. Our contribution to the battle to retake Mosul was supposed to include a field hospital, but the Liberals couldn't get it done. Will the Defence Minister take responsibility, lift the curtain of secrecy, and confirm to this House that he has sent our troops to the front line without proper medical support?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Canadian Forces are engaged in an anti-ISIL coalition. There was a meeting here in Europe this week, and we are proud partners in that coalition. At this time, the coalition is pursuing its mandate to advise and to assist and to train, and it has not gone beyond that mandate.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Parliamentary Secretary should change his response because it's not up to date. Last month, we learned from Canadian Armed Forces staff that the mission had changed and developed. But this development was hidden from Canadians. Canadians still don't know exactly what our soldiers are doing in Iraq. There are rumors that they are doing more than just advising, that they are actually seeing combat. The government prefers to hide this information rather than being transparent. When we were in power, we were more transparent about what our soldiers were doing, and we did so without endangering their operations. When will the government finally be transparent with Canadians and tell them the truth? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The honourable member is wrong. The mandate has not changed. It is a train, assist, and advise mission. In addition, we have provided air support, and then we are in the process of providing hospital services as the fight proceeds. And to think of the honourable member's party as an open and transparent party, Mr. Speaker, is in some respects a contradiction in terms.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, that's a ridiculous answer. Despite the deafening silence by the government, commanders of the Canadian Armed Forces confirmed that the mission against ISIS has evolved. Yesterday, the Defence Minister wouldn't rule out putting our troops on the ground in Syria. This despite the fact that the Prime Minister once said his position is clear: expanding the mission into Syria, committing our armed forces to the dangers of an ill-defined combat mission does not serve our national interests. Now, is the Minister aware that he has contradicted the Prime Minister? Why are the Liberals saying one thing in opposition and quite a different thing in government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in the previous answer, the mandate has not changed. We remain committed to an advise and assist and training mission. We are an important and committed partner to the international coalition against Daesh. We will assess the needs of the coalition as time goes on, but under this current mandate, our mission is focused in Iraq.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's lack of transparency is troubling. Yesterday, the minister wouldn't rule out a possible expansion of the anti-ISIS mission in Syria. When we expanded the anti-ISIS mission, we put the vote to Parliament, and the Liberals were against it. Now that they're considering a mission in Syria, will they submit that decision to a vote in Parliament, or will they continue to operate in secret without informing Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we are currently focused on the Train, Assist and Advise mission that is in Iraq with our coalition partners. We are not taking military operations in any place else. And we are not about to engage in speculation as to where anything might go in this conflict.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have made a lot of infrastructure promises to Canadians and municipalities. The second phase of their plan is still being developed, and here we find out that privatizing our infrastructure is on the table. The Minister of Finance is talking about privatizing the bridges and airports, getting private sector investment. Does the government still intend to favor privatization and sell our investments abroad?
Infrastructure and communities.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our historic commitment to invest $120 billion in Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast. In order to do that, we are engaging with the municipalities, we are engaging with the provinces and territories, and we will also engage with the private sector to do more and help Canadian municipalities build the necessary infrastructure they need for their communities.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Commitment to privatization of public infrastructure in the last election campaign. We were promised investments in infrastructure, but there's something sketchy about the rollout of the second phase. While the minister is holding talks behind closed doors on an infrastructure investment bank, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is worried that funds promised for public transit and social housing, among other things, will end up diverted to that scheme. Can the infrastructure minister explain what good it is listening to municipalities if the finance minister is going to listen to people who can pay to get into these rich fundraisers?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the unprecedented level of cooperation that we have with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with the big city mayors. As a matter of fact, last week, Minister of Finance, myself, as well as Minister of Environment, all three of us met with Federation of Canadian Municipalities as well as big city mayors to listen to them, to work with them, to deliver on the commitments that we made.
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell us how the programs offered by her department support the visual languages and the vitality of our minority language communities across this country? The Honourable Minister. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille, for a question. We are proud to support official languages and to promote our minority language communities across the country. This is why we have a program involving over $300 million to help these communities. We want to reaffirm our social contract that we have in this country.
When the Prime Minister got an invite to the Canadian Labour Congress Young Workers Summit, he thought it was a ticket to selfie heaven. Instead, youth turned their backs on him because he turned his back on them. Most young people will get their first job from small and medium-sized business, but new payroll and carbon taxes will leave less money for these job creators to pay young employees. Why is the Prime Minister taxing away the opportunities of our youth?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to indicate that we are all in on helping young Canadians find a meaningful career, both in terms of educational opportunities and skill development. As we face the new industrial revolution, Canadians are becoming prepared for change. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Like young people, disabled Canadians want the opportunity to work. 1 million of them already do, and private sector companies like Tim Hortons, RBC, and KPMG want to continue hiring them. But a disabled worker earning minimum wage can lose as much as $1.20 in clawbacks and taxes for every new dollar he earns. No one can afford to work with a 120% tax rate. Will the Finance Minister show leadership to remove this poverty trap and make work pay?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to talk about the enhancements that we've provided to all Canadians in terms of skill development and access to new opportunities in the labour force. Mr. Speaker, We are continuing to support small business and reduction in EI payments, work share opportunities by doubling the length of opportunity and providing more opportunities for small business to create new jobs for Canadians.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report that the Finance Minister commissioned is recommending that the Liberals spend $40 billion to set up an infrastructure bank. And, Mr. Speaker, is it the Minister's plan to take that $40 billion away from infrastructure projects already promised to communities, or is this plan to burden working Canadians with yet another tax?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk about the Advisory Council on Growth that provided their recommendations to me last week. This august group provided us with some important recommendations on how we can amplify the impact of some of the measures we put in Budget 2016. I was very pleased to receive their recommendations. We are studying them and we are considering how we can use their insights as well as our policies to make sure that we can grow our economy for the long term.
Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, first we had the announcement about investing in the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Now we found out, once again, through the media and not here in the House, that the government is looking at setting up a Canadian Infrastructure Bank. The problem is that in both cases we have no idea where the money is going to come from. Mr. Speaker, after out-of-control deficits and new taxes from these Liberals, where does the Finance Minister think that this money is going to come? On the backs of families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, last week I received the report from our advisory group on economic growth, and the report made important recommendations on how we can increase our economic growth through our policies. We have to consider those recommendations to make sure that we can find a way of stimulating economic growth for Canadians across this country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing from students who are telling me that they haven't been paid for their summer jobs in various departments. This is really shocking. All employees deserve to be paid, whether they are permanent, temporary, or students. Young people already tend to have precarious work, and this makes it worse. The government owes thousands of dollars to these young Canadians who have already had to hand over high tuition fees. So how many students still haven't been paid, and when does the government intend to pay them?
Honourable Secretary for Public Services and Procurement.
The current problem with pay in the public service is certainly serious. We have many employees across the public service that are in financial difficulty, and this is very frustrating. We know the employees in the department that are involved are working hard, and we are currently working to a schedule, and we will continue to work on this.
Mr. Speaker, the Phoenix pay system is causing havoc for Canadians across the country who are still not getting paid, and the government will likely miss its promised October 31st deadline. When asked, this government had an endless list of excuses on why they can't meet their own timelines. Since they are delaying yet again, what is the minister's new deadline, and what assurances can they give workers that they won't miss this one too?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The ongoing public service pay problems are completely unacceptable, and it's no question that there are many employees that are facing financial hardship as a result. We understand and we feel for those employees, and we know that it's a frustrating situation. We are working extensively to meet the deadline and now are a little behind. However, resolving these cases remains our top priority.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talked about follow-up and the program on
TVA schedules network yesterday talked about the problems of the military and discrimination against veterans. Now, there was a letter that was provided to the Prime Minister in March. Now, that's 7 months ago. Why hasn't the Prime Minister responded to this veterans letter?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For raising this important question, and it is clearly a historical wrong. It's a societal wrong, it's a government wrong, and it's a department wrong. And in fact, the government is fully engaged on a wide departmental basis to address the very issue that he raises, and I'm rather hoping that we respond in a fulsome way.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on March 21st, the member from Louis Saint Laurent hand-delivered a written letter by Canadian veteran Lucy Laperle to the Prime Minister. In her letter, Lucy detailed her story facing discrimination in the 70s and 80s while in the military because she was gay. Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 months, and the Prime Minister has not even had the decency to acknowledge her letter or her experiences. Why couldn't the Prime Minister have taken a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, to respond to Lucy's letter?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in earlier response, this is clearly a historical wrong, and it's a wrong by the part of the government over prior to 1992. It's a wrong by the Department of Defense, and it's a wrong by other departments. The letters have been received. In order to be able to have a proper response to the honourable member, the honourable person's we need to address this on a whole of government approach. The Defence Department takes the view that it is the policy of the Canadian Forces that any member can choose.
The honourable member for Lakeland. Yorkton Melville, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 90s, Canadian troops were used as test subjects for the malaria drug mefloquine, produced by Apotex. This week, our committee is hearing from veterans who are suffering the horrific side effects of this drug. Shockingly, an Apotex executive is hosting a Liberal Cash for Access event next week, starring yet again the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, veterans are listening right now for the answer to this question. How can veterans trust Liberals to do the right thing when their party is being financed by fundraisers organized by the chairman of Apotex?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, at the core of my mandate is the health and wellness of the veterans and their families. I know very well that much information is being presented at the Standing Committee this week, and I appreciate the Standing Committee's work in this regard as it will filter into the decisions made by our department. I encourage all the members who have issues regarding military service to come forward to our department. We have 4,000 mental health professionals ready, willing, and able to stand by to assist them, and they are not alone. We are here to help.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only 26% of members in this House are women, and we know we need to do more to get more women into politics. Can the Minister of Status of Women inform this House of the actions the government is taking to ensure more women can run for office?
Minister.
Order. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for her excellent question.
Gender equality and to removing barriers facing women who want to enter politics. However, we still witness some of these barriers in this House, like a frequent lack of respect for women and their contributions. We need to ensure that women can see themselves having a place in politics. Last night, I announced $1 million for Equal Voice to help address these barriers. To quote the Executive Director of Equal Voice, when women feel included in our democratic institutions, they are empowered to participate in political and public life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton Riverbend.
As Albertans continue to face a devastating jobs crisis, the Liberal government's plan is still missing in action. To add insult to injury, we now have the infrastructure minister telling Albertans we will get through this crisis by, I quote, holding hands together.
Whoa!
You can't make this stuff up, Mr. Speaker. What's next? Their carbon tax is going to bring us rainbows and unicorns instead of killing more Alberta jobs? Can the Minister of Infrastructure please explain to Albertans exactly how his warm embrace will help put food on their tables and roofs over their head?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, that we all know that families in Alberta are struggling, and we're working really hard to work with the province and the municipalities to help whichever we can. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that as of today, we have approved 72 projects in working in consultation with municipalities and provinces with total combined value of $3 billion to create jobs and prosperity for Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Recording and Video Association at DISC is in desperate straits because of streaming. The written press needs help going digital, and there might be a return of advertising in children's programming. But the Minister of Heritage is continuing to give a blank check to Facebook, Google, and Netflix. So will the minister finally ask her colleague, the Minister of Finance, to make sure that foreign businesses pay their fair share? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his important question. Given the changes that we've seen in the industry, we have decided to take leadership, play a leadership role, and we're going to be consulting all the stakeholders so that we can come up with a new way of doing things so that we can address these issues affecting Canadian content in the digital age. This is an issue around the world, and I am very pleased that we're showing leadership.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Oakville North Burlington, I've long advocated for safe cycling. As founder of Cycle Oakville and working with groups like the Burlington Cycling Advisory Committee, Halton Police, and Share the Road Cycling Coalition. People are concerned about being able to ride safely. Over the years, sadly, we have lost members of our cycling community while riding their bikes. Can the Minister of Transport tell us what he is doing to enhance bike safety?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, and I certainly can, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Oakville North Burlington for her important question and for involvement in this file.
Safety, as you know, is very important for us, and of course our sympathy goes out to those families and those loved ones of people who have been hurt or killed. We are working with our provincial and territorial counterparts. We have a working group looking into these issues to reduce the number of accidents, and we are working on this issue to improve the situation. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, new reports by the unions show that the Miramichi office is processing only 46 out of the 101 departments' files that are having these departments having difficulty with Phoenix. So that means that Public Services and Procurement Canada is ignoring or hiding the other 55 departments. Mr. Speaker, can the minister, instead of setting meaningless deadlines, finally fix the pay for all of our public service so they can pay their rent and groceries? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the current problems with the Phoenix system are totally unacceptable. We know that this is a very frustrating situation. The minister is working with great determination to fix the problems, and this is a priority for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far from being a gift-wrapped package for the new government, in the words of Professor Gus Van Harten, CETA was in fact a ticking time bomb. People who know this file knew that the Europeans were not really happy with this deal. To defuse the ticking time bomb, the new government has a unique opportunity. Fashion this deal in the interest of Europeans and Canadians, remove the offensive investor-state provisions, and get to a deal on the real issues, which are trade. Will the Prime Minister consider removing the investor-state provisions from CETA?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question. The fact is, when we came into government a year ago, we discovered that the CETA deal was in deep trouble. Indeed, Europeans had real concerns about the investor-state dispute mechanisms, and that's why we sat down with the Europeans and we created a new ISDS approach that actually makes it the gold standard, makes it an extraordinary progressive deal that Europe has happily signed on to. We are confident that in the coming days we will see a positive outcome for this historic deal.
It's reasonably quiet up to now. Relatively speaking. Tabling of documents. Order allowed. I encourage members to take their conversations out into the lobby. Here we go. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Monsieur President.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1 of the Standing Orders, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages copies of the report of the Canadian delegation, of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation, Commonwealth Association,
Turks and Caicos and Georgetown, Guyana, held in Provincials and Grand Turks and Caicos and Georgetown, Guyana, from February 7th to 14th, 2016.
And the second concerns the International Parliamentary Conference on Sustainability, Energy and Development, held in London, United Kingdom, March 14th to 17th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled The Canada Revenue Agency, Tax Avoidance and Tax Evasion Recommended Actions. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
The honour to tabling the dissenting opinion of the Conservative Party of Canada to the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Finance. We are cautiously optimistic that the government can build on our strong record of combative tax evasion. We are, however, concerned that the expenditure they plan on making will not provide the expected return on investment. In these measures do not bear sufficient fruit, and without dirty care provision in place, a more robust CRA may begin to target ordinary Canadians and small businesses owners rather than a large corporation and high net worth individual evading taxes.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, Organ Donors. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a bill that will assist the provinces in growing and maintaining their organ donor registries. 4,600 Canadians are currently awaiting a transplant, and we can help. My bill would ask Canadians on their annual tax return if they consent to having their provincial or territorial government informed of their desire to be added to their organ donor registry. This bill is a sensible, cost-effective way of using an existing and legally binding document to annually update organ donor registries throughout the country. It would respect provincial jurisdictions and utilize existing privacy and information sharing agreements. It has the potential to save many lives. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd for seconding my bill, and I look forward to having support across all parties. Thank you.
Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Scrow, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the Month of October as Hispanic Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly a great honor on behalf of this Hispanic community, which is a population of well over 900,000 people who contribute an immense amount to the cultural vibrancy of our great country, Canada. So I'm thrilled that if we can move forward between now and the next October, so that October would be officially recognized as National Hispanic Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Ms. Scrow, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
The
Honourable Member for Outremont.
The House, I hope you will find consent for the following motion. That the House join the 69,742 Canadian supporters of House of Commons e-petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. Que la Chambre se joigne.
That the House join the 69,742 Canadian supporters of House of Commons e-petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Adopted.
Motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe that you will find the consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, following question period on Wednesday, November 2, 2016, the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole in order to welcome Canada's 2016 Rio Olympic and Paralympic Games athletes. That the Speaker be permitted to preside over the Committee of the Whole and make welcoming remarks on behalf of the House, and when the proceedings of the Committee have concluded, the Committee shall rise.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the motion that was just adopted by this House, and given that tomorrow is International Religious Freedom Day, I would like to seek the unanimous consent of the House for the following: that this House condemns all forms of persecution against all religious groups, including Christians, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, and Muslims. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted. They have much agreement. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
The following petition regarding our national senior strategy for Canada. This petition calls on the government to appoint a minister for seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Richmond Centre, I have the honour of presenting a petition calling on this Parliament to develop a national strategy for Canada's seniors. Currently, 1 in 6 Canadians are seniors. The next 14 years, including myself, will rise to 1 in 4. With an aging population and seniors outnumbering youth in Canada, this is a present and future need. Parliament must listen to Canadians and appoint a Minister of Seniors, develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Report Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table yet another petition in support of my private member's bill to strengthen the Fisheries Act, Bill C-228. This petition is signed by Canadians from Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. They are calling on the members of the House to vote yes to Bill C-228 when it comes to a vote later this year and help save wild salmon. Although the rules of the House don't allow me to endorse a petition, I would like to say that I am thrilled that Canadians right across the country support my bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, it is also my pleasure to rise today to present a petition regarding seniors. The petitioners are calling on this House to appoint a Minister of Seniors and to develop a national strategy for seniors. It is their hope that such a focus will allow for better treatment of seniors and better focus on the issues that affect seniors. Thank you.
A member for Renfrew, St. Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at Minocqua Lodge in Gogona, Ontario, which is located in the picturesque riding of Nickel Belt. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with less than 5 full-time year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present 2 petitions. The first is from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, particularly South Spring Island and Main Island. They call on the government to follow the advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and move to an affordable housing strategy for Canada. The second petition is very specific to the Saanich Inlet. It's a very small inlet, and pollution problems are mostly discharged from people living aboard their vessels. The petitioners are working with Transport Canada, but they ask that this be expedited to create a pollution-free, discharge-free zone for the Saanich Inlet.
Or York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the government's war on history, neither Confederation nor history are included as permitted themes for the 150th anniversary of Confederation. The petition that I present today has been organized by members of 3 historical societies, by members of the Williams Lake Museum and Historical Society. Williams Lake, BC is a community whose history dates back to the Confederation era, by members of the Barrhead Historical Society in Alberta, who run the Barrhead Centennial Museum, a museum established in 1967 as a centennial project, and by members of the North Peace Historical Society, whose museum is located in Centennial Park in Fort St. John, BC. Historical projects like these were undertaken across Canada to celebrate the centennial of Confederation in 1967, to help Canadians know and celebrate their history. The petitioners call on the government to reverse the decision to exclude Confederation as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation and to pay respect to Canada's history by making Confederation a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
For Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to introduce today. First is from a number of constituents who are deeply concerned about the extent of animal use in both private and publicly funded scientific research in Canada. They point out that these animals are made to endure severe pain that is near or above the pain tolerance threshold of unanesthetized conscious animals, and point out the studies may be of long duration after which the animals may be killed or recycled. They are requesting that the government implement an immediate ban on any scientific research on animals that falls under Canadian Council on Animal Care categories of invasiveness D and E, and they'd like Canada to be a North American leader in the use of humane approaches that are proving more effective, cost-efficient, and humane. The second petition is from a number of people who are concerned about the ban on men who have sex with men from donating blood if they have not had sexual contact for at least 1 year. They point out that every blood donation has several blood samples taken to test for infectious disease. They point out that studies have recognized that the human immunodeficiency virus and STDs are transmittable across all genders and sexualities, so they would like to adopt a science-based screening process for blood donors that does not discriminate on the basis of gender or sexual preference, and have Canada immediately defer this policy and change it so that all people can donate blood regardless of their sexual orientation.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition of almost 1,400 signatures who are concerned with cell towers, and they point out that there are studies in Brazil, Israel, and Germany that show that cancer rate increases up to 40 times higher within 400 meters of a cell tower than beyond 1,000 meters. And they ask the government to ensure that the cellular antenna towers are kept away from schools and other sensitive areas, and enforce continuous monitoring during and after the installation of cellular antenna towers for a minimum available, achievable radio frequency microwave radiation levels.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions from the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act.
Mr. Baines, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to have such a strong fan club behind me as well, who were so enthusiastically supporting me as I was rising to speak on this very important matter. As mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about Bill C-25. This bill is called an Act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Non-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. Mr. Speaker, this government is making innovation a priority. That means helping Canadian companies drive growth and create jobs that strengthen the middle class. It also means growing companies that can compete in the global marketplace. The government's inclusive innovation agenda is a plan to drive economic growth through innovation. As legislators, we have a responsibility to set the ground rules for doing business, and we have the means to create the winning conditions for people and companies to innovate and thrive.
It is not an accident that our innovation agenda has the word inclusive attached to it.
Country is at its most prosperous when everyone has a fair chance to succeed. Le projet de loi C-25.
Bill C-25, which I present to you today, makes important adjustments to the framework laws that govern the Canadian marketplace. These laws set out how corporations are organized.
They also promote investor confidence and a competitive marketplace. These conditions support long-term investment in economic growth, and this bill will make it easier for Canadian companies to harness their innovations to succeed. And it would position businesses to operate in a global and digital marketplace. Before describing these changes in more detail, allow me to first say a few words about the global context in which these framework laws operate. Today's marketplace is complex and changing rapidly. Global companies are becoming local companies and competitors, and new technologies are providing companies with vast amounts of information to make decisions. And technology also allows transactions to happen quickly across the globe. And the global marketplace is more interconnected than ever before. A disruption or discovery in one part of the world can have a profound consequences in another. Pour rester compétitif, les...
To remain competitive, companies must understand how their partners, suppliers, competitors, and customers do business.
Notre gouvernement.
Our government is committed to making Canada a global innovation leader.
That means enabling businesses to grow, increase our country's productivity, and create well-paying jobs for the middle class. That also means Canada's marketplace framework laws must be updated to reflect a global and digital economy. These laws must be updated to enhance investor confidence, foster competition, and contribute to an inclusive economic growth agenda. These laws should also support investment and innovation without unduly burdening businesses. The amendments I have tabled today will provide the foundation for a 21st century marketplace. Les modifications vont permettre...
They will align Canada's framework laws with best practices in jurisdictions around the world.
This bill sets out measures to modify the way corporate directors are elected. This bill also contains measures to improve diversity on corporate boards and in senior management level positions. The goal is to attract the best and brightest from as wide a talent pool as possible. That's how Canada can make full use of the competitive advantage granted to us by this extraordinary diversity of our population. Additionally, Bill C-25 will improve corporate transparency. Le projet de loi va...
The bill will also eliminate outdated instruments of commerce and modernize shareholder communications.
Ces changements vont...
These changes will reflect the new norms and practices of a digital economy.
The bill increases business certainty and flexibility as well, and it will allow Canadian businesses to focus on what makes them most productive, efficient, and innovative. The laws being amended in this bill include the Canada Business Corporations Act, known as the CBCA, and this statute sets out the rules that facilitate the interaction among stakeholders or shareholders, directors, management, and other interested parties involved in corporate decision-making. In 2015, there were approximately 270,000 companies that were incorporated under the Act. The CBCA serves as a model for other governance laws. The Canada Cooperatives Act is the framework legislation for federally incorporated non-financial cooperatives, and the Canada Non-for-Profit Corporations Act is the framework law for non-share capital corporations. And in 2015, there were more than 19,000 federally incorporated non-for-profit corporations under this Act. And the Competition Act is a law of general application that addresses anti-competitive business conduct. It examines and seeks to redress the activities of firms that may be harming competition in the marketplace, Madam Speaker. And by improving and clarifying the rules under which our firms operate, we are positioning them for growth, long-term growth. Nous allons aussi...
We are also aligning Canada's practices with international best practices in corporate governance.
October is Women's History Month. This is a time when we celebrate the women who have shaped Canada's history as leaders, entrepreneurs, scholars, artists, and trailblazers in all spheres of life. So let me address what this bill does for diversity. Comme je l'ai déjà dit,
As I've said before, I firmly believe it is our moral duty to promote diversity and inclusion.
the representation of different group segments of our population is not only a question of fairness, it also affects the bottom line. In the boardroom, as in life, taking into consideration viewpoints from a variety of perspectives can lead to innovative thinking and better performance. Innovation requires fresh ideas, new ideas, and the best ideas can come from anyone, anywhere. We live in an age where anyone with a smartphone can connect, create, collaborate, trade, and sell, regardless of the distances between them. Because the tools to create knowledge and value are now available to everyone, a teenager can start her own technology company. Un étudiant d'université.
A university student can launch a social media platform that becomes a global sensation overnight.
The broader the talent pool, the greater the potential there is for the next great app to emerge. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to doing all we can to unlock the full potential of Canadians, especially those that are underrepresented in certain sectors of today's economy. And I know that all parliamentarians support this goal as well. Earlier this year, this Parliament unanimously passed, and this was a point of pride, passed Bill C-11, which allowed Canada to become the first G7 country to adopt the Marrakesh Treaty. And I was proud to announce this piece of legislation in the House and see it receive the support of all parliamentarians. The Marrakesh Treaty benefits 3 million Canadians who are visually impaired or print disabled. And as a result of this treaty, they will have better access to books and other copyrighted materials. And as a result of better access to knowledge, these Canadians will be able to fully participate in the economy. That's how our government's commitment to diversity allows Canadians from all walks of life to become productive members of society. And this bill builds on that commitment to innovation, prosperity through diversity. As part of the reforms to the CBCA, corporations will be required to disclose their shareholders, the composition of their boards and senior management. They will also be required to make public their diversity policies. Those corporations without diversity policies will have to explain why they don't have one. Cette modification.
This amendment will complement existing measures already adopted by most provincial securities regulators.
And will apply to all publicly traded CBCA corporations, regardless of which securities regulator they report to. By taking into account the composition of boards, investors can make informed choices when they exercise their voting rights. And these reforms are designed to facilitate a conversation between shareholders and corporations on how they're promoting diversity. Le but est d'encourager.
The goal is to encourage corporations to consider a broader range of candidates and skill sets among their senior leaders.
The second set of amendments contained in Bill C-25 aims to promote greater shareholder democracy. The goal is to ensure that the voting process allows shareholders to have their voices heard in a meaningful way. And the bill will make 3 key reforms to the process of electing corporate directors. And these reforms will affect publicly traded CBCA corporations and publicly traded cooperatives incorporated under the Canada's Cooperative Act. First, the bill will require the prescribed corporations and cooperatives to hold annual votes for the election of corporate directors. Currently, the law permits directors to hold office for up to 3 years before a vote is required. Entrenchment of company boards can hamper innovative thinking. Par conséquent, assurer.
So, ensuring that shareholders can make changes more often is a step in the right direction.
Second, directors under the CBCA will be elected individually, not as a slate or a group of candidates. An all-or-nothing approach prevents voters from meaningfully exercising their democratic rights and bringing in the board that they want. Third, the bill will permit shareholders to vote explicitly against a candidate in uncontested elections. That is, when the number of candidates is the same as the number of board positions to be filled. Even when there is no competing candidate, a prospective director will still need enough votes in support of her candidacy to make up a majority of the votes cast in order to be elected. Bien sûr, la participation.
Of course, there is more to shareholder participation than simply voting. Transparency and clarity are also important to shareholders.
This bill will modernize shareholder communications to align practices with how businesses are conducted today. The bill will permit CBCA corporations and cooperatives incorporated under the Canada Cooperatives Act to provide their shareholders or members with online access to relevant documents related to an annual meeting. This notice and access system will reduce costs, conserve resources, and increase business efficiency. In addition, the bill will simplify the deadline for shareholders to submit proposals to directors so that they can participate in meetings more often and effectively. The Fourth Amendment makes it clear that CBCA corporations and federal non-financial cooperatives are prohibited from issuing share certificates and share warrants in bearer form. Much like cash, a bearer share is owned by whoever holds the physical stock of certificates. The issuing firm neither registers the owner nor tracks any transfers of ownership. And when these instruments are issued in blank form, they can be used as a vehicle for money laundering or terrorist financing. That's because they are easily transferable and untraceable. This amendment will require all shares to be registered. It is a preventative measure that will be particularly relevant to law enforcement. Cette modification va permettre au
And will ensure that Canada aligns its rules with the recommendations of the International Financial Action Task Force.
This bill will also amend the Competition Act to broaden the understanding of what makes one business entity affiliated with another. Currently, because of an outdated definition, there is a risk that businesses between affiliates could be viewed under the law as a joint action with competitors. This existing law does not fully account for non-corporate structures such as sole proprietorships, partnerships, or trust. This uncertainty could lead to companies being needlessly exposed to sanctions under the Act. And reorganization among affiliated companies could be interpreted as a merger of competing firms. That process could require notification to the Commissioner of Competition. It could also incur a fee and a significant amount of paperwork. There's also the risk that a collaborative project between two affiliated companies could be treated as an arrangement between competing firms. It could be misrepresented or misinterpreted as a harmful competition or outright collusion. To address this legislative gap, the bill will update the Competition Act's rules on affiliation as well, and it will make the rules business structure neutral. This update will ensure clearly and explicitly that businesses engaged in joint ventures with their affiliates are not subjected to unwittingly to the Act's enforcement provisions. Cette modification va créer de...
This amendment will create certainty and replace an outdated framework that can cost businesses unnecessary time and resources.
Madam Speaker, one of the key features of this bill is that it positions Canada among the world leaders in corporate governance. For example, most member states of the European Union have implemented gender diversity legislation. Both the United Kingdom and Australia have required disclosure, including a comply or explain model in the latter case, which saw significant improvements in terms of board representation of women. And in the United States, publicly listed companies have adopted policies on majority voting for corporate directors. Even within Canada, we have seen provincial securities regulators adopt similar rules that promote greater shareholder participation and corporate diversity. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, These amendments constitute an important step forward.
Corporate governance laws to align with today's technological realities and support business efficiency. They promote greater transparency, accountability, and public confidence in the marketplace. And they give investors the information they need to make informed decisions about their investments. Above all, these amendments recognize the great asset that is our country's diversity. Canada's business community will have a crucial role in promoting diversity. Some have already done so, and I know others will step up to show that they are committed to growing our economy by tapping Canada's full potential. By modernizing our ground rules and aligning with international standards, Canada can position itself for the inclusive innovation and growth that will propel this country going forward. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be launching this important initiative today on behalf of the Government of Canada, and I look forward to the Q&As. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that I'm just before the exit here, but it is a good spot to speak from, especially if it's me and you're that far away. For you, not for me. I'd thank the Minister for his comments today, and Comply and Explain is one of the ways that we can go about gender equity for the boards. And it's important to note this is only the second time this bill has really been looked at and amended. We're looking at 40 years of really not actively engaged on this file, and we've seen a lot of financial issues take place that affected not only just Canadians here at home, but also internationally. And the Minister is looking at a Comply and Explain strategy, or Explain and Comply strategy. But why not take the full measure step there and set targets to chase after? So we ensure that we don't have to wait around to see what's next. Some jurisdictions that have gone with this have not been successful in making that transition. So I would suggest that perhaps we need a stronger stick, and the stick and the carrot approach is often used with corporations that haven't been doing a good job with regards to some of the equality issues that we've had to deal with, and this is one of them. It just isn't there for Canada in particular, and I think that we're of the time and age right now that we need to make sure there's going to be greater enforcement. So if that is not going to work, I would ask then, is the Minister open to an amendment that I will be proposing that would actually have a review of this legislation within 5 years, because I want to ensure that there's actually going to be a continuation, at the very least, of this particular, chase to a goal of having greater equity at our table for boardrooms across this country. So I believe that the Comply and Explain will be quite a discussion at the end of our committee deliberations, but also, too, what's the backup plan?
Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very thoughtful question and his engagement on this bill. And we've had numerous discussions about the subject matter that he raised. He is right. The last time we had significant changes to this framework and these framework laws was in 2001. And absolutely correct in his assessment of the situation at the corporate board level. There's only 13.1% of women corporate directors right now. That is absolutely unacceptable. And there's 40% of the companies that do not have any women on their boards. And so this is the challenge that we're dealing with. The idea of Comply and Explain and putting forward this policy is really a reflection of watching what's happened in the UK and Australia when they put these measures into place. They did see a significant jump in the number of women at the senior level positions, at senior management, and at the board level. And so we're trying to see how this unfolds. And I do acknowledge from the member opposite that he has put forward some ideas and thoughts with respects to amendments, and there is a process in committee to look at that. As a government, we don't have a monopoly on good ideas. We always look forward to the opportunity of engaging the opposition and seeing what ideas they come. That is the underlying premise of this bill. It's promoting diversity, different viewpoints and thoughts, and coming together with a progressive agenda that really speaks to our diversity and the fact that we want to have an inclusive agenda going forward. So the member opposite raises some good points, and I look forward to having that discussion, and so do my colleagues at committee when he brings those amendments forward. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was very happy to hear this presentation and to hear the minister speak about requiring comply or explain in boards of directors. Just today, I was at a lunch when we were talking about the coverage of media coverage of women in sports. And one of the issues that came up was that at a board of directors meeting, if there aren't that many women present and they're discussing what kind of coverage they should have of women in sports, that the discussion might be quite different if there aren't more women sitting at the table participating in that discussion. And so perhaps what I would like to ask as a minister is if he agrees that it's not only about having more women on boards because it's good to have more women on boards, but because of the ripple effect that it can have as to the way we do things in this country, that it can have a ripple effect, that we can actually bring gender parity all the way through different ripples if we include more women. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And again, she raises a very good point, which is it's not simply a moral duty and obligation that we have as a society to make sure we see better diversity reflected at the most senior levels, at a board level and senior management, but it's also good business practice. It's also good for the bottom line. It's also good for the customers. It's also good for having new and creative ideas and solutions and being more innovative and thoughtful and progressive. So we want to make sure that we see this replicated not only in corporate Canada, but we at the government level under the leadership of our Prime Minister want to demonstrate that as we move forward with appointments, we're having a process that's really going to bring the best and brightest forward, and we're going to also have a strong diversity lens to make sure that we reflect the true diversity in society in the government appointment process. And we also wanted to not only show leadership at a government level, but tell corporate Canada, tell businesses that they have a responsibility and obligation to promote diversity. And I'm confident when they put forward their diversity policies, it's going to be very engaging for the shareholders, and it's going to really be good for the bottom line. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is a bill, obviously, that is very important to us. I was the mayor of Thetford Mines for 7 years, and around the council table, I had only one woman. I really was concerned that if she left, there would be no female voice, and I would find that regrettable. So I worked with my colleagues to try to make sure we could attract women to interest them in this kind of work and that they would not be concerned about working with so many men. The same is true of boards of directors. I think that women have a strong role to play, and so I would like to know whether the minister has thought of other ways to promote these kinds of positions in corporations. It's one thing to open the door, but it's another thing to really make women feel welcome.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleague. He makes a good point and asks a good questions.
His view is shared by many in this House, and of course those who were part of the consultation process. Just to highlight that, the Canadian Coalition for Good Governance, for example, they're very supportive. And they said when these amendments are enacted, the federal government will have made many of the important changes required to bring Canada's federal corporate laws to quote-unquote best-in-class global standards. So that's what they're saying. We also have support from the Ontario Securities Commission, and they're also very supportive. And their CEO says, as we continue to call on corporate Canada to make gender diversity a priority in the boardroom and executive suite, we are especially pleased by the proposal to expand our comply or explain approach to more Canadian companies. And again, there's more support from the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan. And what we want to do is create this new culture, an inclusive culture that promotes diversity at the board level, and hopefully it'll expand to different levels of government and different aspects of our society as well, because it's, like I said, not only the right thing to do, but it is also good for the business as well, good for businesses as well.
For a brief questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've always believed that the more diverse a committee or a board or the House of Commons, the better the discussion and the decision making. So happy to see these changes coming forward. I also do hope that the honourable member will support the amendment and actually attach some targets to it, because I'm curious, if there are no targets, what is the government planning to do to at least measure whether this is actually having any impact or not moving forward?
Brief answer from the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, the objective of this bill is to change behavior. The objective of this bill is to see improvements at the corporate level, at the management level, and we'll be monitoring it very closely, and we want to see how progress is being made, and that is part of our government's overall objective in promoting diversity. With respect to amendments or changes, I look forward to that discussion that will take place in the committee with our honourable colleagues, and I look forward to coming before committee as well to speak about that and many other issues that will be presented. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat. Resume debate. Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I ask if you could seek unanimous consent for me to share my time with the member from Mégantic-l'Érable.
Does the member have unanimous consent? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, last month, the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development introduced Bill C-25, which is an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. The proposed amendments by the Liberals in Bill C-25 stem from a House of Commons committee-led statutory review in 2010, which in turn led to further consultation undertaken in 2014 by our previous Conservative government. Stakeholders raised many important and complex points on a number of aspects of corporate governance during those consultations. Now, after our previous Conservative government concluded the consultations in 2014, we made a proposal to modernize Canada's corporate governance framework in our 2015 budget. Now, for those in the House who may not be aware, let me read an excerpt from page 140 of the Economic Action Plan 2015, and I quote, "The government will propose amendments to the CBCA to promote gender diversity among public companies using the widely recognized comply or explain model. Amendments will also be proposed to modernize director election processes and communications, to strengthen corporate transparency through an explicit ban on bearer instruments. Amendments to related statutes governing cooperatives and not-for-profit corporations will also be introduced." Now, Madam Speaker, I hate to steal the Minister's thunder, but Bill C-25 is the Minister's second piece of legislation that he has tabled since being in office now for 1 year. And just like his first piece of legislation, this, Bill C-25, came straight from our previous Conservative government's 2015 budget.
That's exactly, yeah, that's it.
Now, I'm really pleased to see that all the hard work that our previous government did is continuing through the Liberals and their need to produce at least some form of legislation. But, Madam Speaker, I can't help but wonder, is this what they meant when they talked to Canadians about real change? Now, if adopted, Bill C-25 would result in changes to the corporate governance regime for reporting issues incorporated under the Canada Business Corporations Act. The CBCA is the incorporating statute for nearly 270,000 corporations. And although most of these are small or medium-sized and privately held, a large number of Canada's largest reporting issuers are also governed by CBCA. The amendments proposed cover several key corporate governance matters, including majority voting, individual voting, annual elections, notice and access, diversity-related disclosure, and shareholder proposal filing deadlines. And I'm pleased to see that the Liberals moved forward with the comply or explain model that we recommended. It has been proven that more diverse boards lead to better overall decision-making, better corporate performance, better organizations, and indeed better economies. Our Conservative Party has never been on the sidelines when it comes to diversity firsts in Canada. In fact, it was the Conservative Party who had the first female Prime Minister, who elected the first female MP to the House of Commons, the first Chinese, Muslim, Black, Latino, Hindu, Pakistani, Japanese, physically disabled MPs, and Madam Speaker, that list goes on.
You're here, right on. That's our record.
That is a record to be proud of, Madam Speaker. And our Conservative Party believes in merit, not quotas. So I'm pleased to see that we are not going to be missing out on talent, nor will we be losing out on that talent because of artificial quotas. Now, since the Ontario Security Commission implemented the Comply or Explain model just 2 years ago, the number of women on boards there has steadily increased to 20%. However, looking at Canada as a whole, in larger companies, women make up an average of 34% of boards. Implementing the widely used Comply or Explain model is the first step to seeing those numbers increase too. If enacted, that change affects about 600 of the approximately 1,500 companies on the TSX. And when it comes to modernizing corporate governance and reducing red tape, our previous government made massive strides. We believe in fostering an environment in which businesses can grow and contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity. In fact, we recognize that businesses play a vital role in creating jobs and generating economic growth, and that strong business strategies are central to a company's success in creating and sustaining a competitive edge. Changes proposed to the Competitions Act, as we're discussing today, will do just that. They'll reduce business uncertainty and create a competitive marketplace and prevent anti-competitive practices. The amendments will also reduce the administrative burden on businesses. Our previous Conservative government set a precedent, the first of its kind in any country, in fact, when we introduced the one-for-one rule, which brought a new level of discipline on how government fosters a more predictable environment for business through the reduction of red tape. We took a number of steps to reduce red tape for businesses. Indeed, since 2012, the Red Tape Reduction Action Plan has been proven to be a successful system-wide control on the growth of regulatory red tape. Our previous government saved Canadian businesses over $22 million in administrative burden, as well as some 290,000 hours in time spent dealing with unnecessary regulatory burden. Further enhancing the changes that we made while in government, Bill C-25 was to be our next step in maximizing corporate governance. More accountability and transparency are key for any organization in government. And a high-performance board is one that is accountable. The right to vote is important for shareholders and for fundamental democracy. I'm pleased to see that shareholder democracy and participation will better align with securities rules and will require corporations under CBCA to hold annual elections, elect directors individually, and use a majority voting standard. This proposal will bring an end to the debate over those circumstances in which an undersupported director may remain on the board. Now, the proposed amendments in Bill C-25 will further implement many policies and practices that are already addressed under TSX rules and security laws. Modernizing the acts addressed in Bill C-25 is a welcome improvement to the federal corporate statute and a reflection of the need to enhance companies' corporate governance practices. Madam Speaker, if the minister wants to continue putting forward legislation that comes straight from Conservative budgets, well, those will be welcome too.
Here, here,
Thank you,
here, here.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I suspect the bill wouldn't have been necessary if the former Prime Minister and Conservative government were successful at actually getting the job done on the file. But I am glad and grateful that the official opposition appears to be supportive of the legislation. A part of it is also showing and demonstrating leadership on the file, and I think that we've seen that leadership demonstrated virtually from day one with this particular government when we had a gender-neutral cabinet that was in fact appointed. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is that would she not agree that not only is it important that Canada bring forward this legislation, but it demonstrates that goodwill, and we've seen that from the Prime Minister and other jurisdictions in Canada to date already.
Honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, in fact, our cabinet, when we got formed government, was extremely diverse. It had more women than ever before in cabinet, and we were very proud of that. Not only that, but all of the women that were in cabinet were paid according to their responsibilities. It wasn't just equal pay for equal title, it was equal pay for equal work. That, I believe, is important. It goes back to being a meritocracy. As a woman, I don't want to think I got the job just because of the way my jacket buttons went to the right or to the left. I want to know that I got that job because of my abilities. And Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that boards do the same thing. That's why we don't believe in quotas. And we know, too, that all the records show that as diversity improves on the boards increases, so does performance of the company.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
And I appreciate the comments and would follow up with the comply and explain model to look at what's taken place in Germany. Merkel, one of the strongest women leaders that we've known in our generations, just passed legislation to actually have quotas because they were stuck at a smaller amount under comply and explain for many years. So they moved into a quota system that will take place rather quickly by 2018, mandating 30% for blue chip companies and 50% for the public sector, being hospitals and not-for-profit organizations. So I'd ask the member maybe to reflect on the German experience and Chancellor Merkel and what she has done with her country.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Oh, Madam Speaker, it's important to recognize that numerous studies have been done over many years trying to determine what the effect is of having more women on boards, of having people with disabilities on boards and indeed in the workplace. In fact, just a few years ago, it was shown that having people with disabilities included in an organization, and in particular on the board, what happened when they were there? Well, in fact, morale in the company went up, productivity went up, and performance of the company as a whole went up. Now, the question becomes, is it the company does better because it hires those people, or is it a better company because it hires those people? So the smart ones do bring on people who have a range of perspectives, a range of talents, and they don't artificially hold anybody back. We want to make sure that that's what happens here, not something that's introduced through artificial quotas.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Graves. A brief question. Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague. I liked her comment concerning whether you button your jacket to the right or to the left. That isn't what makes you deserve a place on a board. But many women have so much talent. There's a great deal of diversity, as we were talking about earlier. But people still sometimes hesitate to apply for those positions and take their place. So could my honourable colleague give some suggestions as to how we could help those women take their places?
Oh, Madam Speaker, one of the best ways of recruiting board members is word of mouth of those who are in the business. And one of the biggest things that can happen to help promote more women on boards is for other board members to recognize the talent and promote those individuals that they know will do a good job. Because frankly, once the board members see what a good job those women are doing, they'll go looking for more. I really believe that.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Graves. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like, first of all, to congratulate my colleague on her presentation. My colleague was there at the time that we started talking about this bill to ensure that we would modernize our Canadian corporations. You know, I'm very happy to see this bill appear because indeed it's a bill that the previous government, our government, cared about. And it's the fruit of the labors of my colleagues who were there at the time. They worked in cooperation with other members of that parliament. And therefore, it flows from a legal review, a legislative review in 2010 that led to more detailed consultations in 2014 and various solutions that appeared in the 2015 budget. But if I may make a comment, Madam Speaker, it was rather funny to see earlier when the Minister of Economic Development was promoting diversity within boards by emphasizing the importance of having different points of view and perspectives that come from all people, all kinds of people, all kinds of from all kinds of different cultural diversity, whereas he himself promoted, made himself the sole minister to promote all of this across the country. I mean, really, we have a chance to have ministers of economic development for each region of the country, and that involves diversity, and it leads to really interesting debates. I'm sure that there are very good discussions around the cabinet table as well, but unfortunately the government decided to cut this diversity around the table by doing away with those regional economic diversification ministers. So, to come back to the debate we're having today, there's an American president who said he likes the noise of democracy, but we can't say as much about boards in Canada because democracy has been applied by several Canadian corporations in a much more silent way. What's happening currently is that shareholders can vote, but it's a vote that generally has no meaning. They have no influence on the final decisions. And some even say that the election of board members in Canada is not a democracy, but more a kind of dictatorship. So if a shareholder can vote for a board member, or he can abstain, and so what that means, if there's no vote against a new administrator, well, there's nothing that says that director should not be elected. So small shareholders are frustrated because of the kinds of votes that happen in those corporations. They see that boards have no accountability, shareholders have no influence on their positions, and when they become inflexible and they don't represent in some way the interests of the shareholders, they have no flexibility to do away with the board member or the board in its entirety. Some 10 years ago, shareholders worked with the Canadian Council for Good Governance to adopt voluntarily a policy of a majority vote, and this is a policy that would require that there be that the board members have a majority vote supporting them, or that they would have to resign except under exceptional circumstances. So we can say that the coalition's efforts have borne some fruit because more and more corporations have adopted such a policy. Almost everywhere in Europe, in Australia, in the UK, boards are elected by shareholders through a majority vote system, and not as it happens currently in Canada. So it's a bit embarrassing, Madam Speaker, to see that Canada is out of phase with the rest of the world on such a fundamental issue of governance. Whatever the historic reasons may be for that, the time has come to adopt a majority vote system in Canada so that shareholders have a voice and have something to say about that. Mr. Jean-Philippe Carré de la Presse talked about the application of this rule of such a fundamental democracy has been asked for by many businesses for years, but they would like to see their boards better defend the rights of shareholders. So the bill that we have before us today is critical, and it's something that the stakeholders are asking for. It's also a bill that requires that some corporations must provide information to their shareholders. And why is that? Well, because then they will be able to bring more diversity into the boards. In June of 2014, the Status of Women's Minister at the time tabled a report saying good for business, a plan to increase participation of women in boards. And it's a report that talked about the means that the public and private sectors could use to increase the number of women on boards. And even in this report, there were suggestions of how to change boards. In October 2014, only 20% of the registered boards included women, or 20% were women rather, and it's up to 30% today. And the intention in the last budget was to increase the level of leadership for women in boards and in various levels of business. The changes would also be proposed to modernize the election of directors. And Madam Speaker, many activities were launched in order to promote a better parity between men and women on boards. This initiative would help to bring us to a 30% level, as was by 2019, as was asked for in the report I referred to earlier. So let me say a little example that Quebec can speak to. We have a law on boards that came into effect in 2006, and the result of that now is that within the various boards, we now have 52% of women. And this is a bill that obliges boards of Crown corporations to attract women candidates and have them on their boards. If I understand well what my colleague said later, we want women to be present because of their competence without forcing the boards to have a quota system for women members. I think that's really important. When we talk about diversity within boards, we'd have to talk also a bit about the age of the directors, because I think, once again, we need to have incentives here. In 2013, Force Jeunesse in Quebec did a survey of boards in the province, and they spoke to 22 Crown corporations and large businesses, and this result was disappointing. Only 0.07% of the directors were under the age of 35, and there was one rare example in Quebec that had more people. The average age on the boards was 51 at the time that the survey was done. So I think that if we want to have more diversity and have more innovation, as the minister was talking about earlier, we need for boards to take the age of the directors into consideration as well. So, Madam Speaker, legislation is no longer up to date for us to remain competitive in a world that's more and more globalized. The board is one of the ways that were another way to contribute to economic growth, and I think this is a critical foundation so that businesses can innovate more and develop in a modern economy. The latest changes, in-depth changes made to this legislation on corporations show us that our legislation is really lagging behind other international examples, especially for corporations that are listed on stock exchanges. So we need to have more diversity on boards of administration, and we need to promote better communication between shareholders and increasing transparency as well. And if we have more competitiveness, the government will ensure that our corporations will reflect this new economic reality. So why not prosper? We need this framework to facilitate the good examples set out by some Canadian corporations. I support this bill. It was worked on so hard by the previous government, and the current government is really benefiting from that.
House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am delighted that the Conservatives are, in fact, going to be supporting this piece of legislation. It's a good piece of legislation, and quite frankly, we're always prepared to share credit. We hope to see it ultimately pass second reading relatively quickly, hopefully, but we'll wait and see what takes place. It's important to recognize that the objectives of the bill is to increase shareholders for democracy and participation. It's going to increase women's participation on corporate boards and senior management. Improving corporate transparency is something that's really important. Reducing regulatory burden and increasing business certainty. These are all very important attributes of this particular piece of legislation. And I guess my question to the member is, would he not be inclined to agree that this is the type of legislation that should, in fact, receive virtually unanimous support of the House, especially given the Conservative Party's response here today?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I think that a bill that really refers to all of the good objectives that my colleague has just listed across the way concerning diversity, the presence of women, better communications, should indeed receive broad support in the House. I think, in fact, I'm certain that if the bill manages to transition from one government to another so easily, it's because the basis of it is good. And I sincerely believe that members of Parliament should support it. The Honourable Member. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. It's wonderful to see how such a subject creates not quite unanimity in the House, but it's interesting when we look at history. It's the first time in really 40 years that we're dealing with such an issue. And I can tell you that in my riding, the Women's Museum had the initiative to organize a meeting to talk about putting women on boards. And we had Alexandre Taillefer who came and said to the women, we need you. We need your ideas. We need your support. So I'd like to know, does my colleague not think that the amendment that was tabled, that it be reviewed every 5 years, is not a good one? Because it shouldn't wait 40 years before we have another review of the legislation. The Honourable Member, I thank my colleague very much for his question and for his efforts, including having good representativity on the boards. I did the same thing within my municipality. I was afraid to lose the sole woman we had on the council. 3 were elected, but indeed, the effort is required, and we need women to come forward and take their place. And on the issue of the amendment proposed by my colleague, I will take the time to certainly look at it, and if it deserves our support, you will certainly know that we will do so. But we have to take the time to read it carefully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to rise to speak about this bill, and it's a long time sought after to have.
It is a question, right? Okay, so there was still time for questions and comments. Is there another question or a comment? So does the member want to ask a question? No. Okay, questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, I recognize that the member was hoping to be able to respond to the member's comment, so I'll allow him to respond to the comment, if he would.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, I just want to say that the bill in and of itself is a bill that we will support. It's one I'm glad to see that the parties here in the House seem to share the goodwill and the intention to support the bill. But I still want to remind the Minister of Economic Development of the importance of diversity, and also the importance of the regional economic development agencies. We need them to represent the diversity of Canada within the Cabinet, and I'll take this opportunity to remind the Minister of that. Thank you. order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the subject of debate for tonight.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant, small business. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, immigration, refugees and citizenship. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was so excited to be able to speak here today on Bill C-25. I couldn't contain the order. So I am here, though, to talk about something that is actually very important, Madam Speaker, and it is good that this Parliament is bringing this forward. I think that's a positive initiative. The Minister mentioned the Marrakesh Treaty. Before that, that was a treaty that Canada signed and a bill passed through here that was important for the blind and for other Canadians for larger print. And it's one of the indications that we can actually move things through the House of Commons and we can actually have things done for Canadians. This bill, again, is movement in the right direction, and we're going to support it as New Democrats for sure. There's no way that we would not support the initiatives of this bill, but there are some shortcomings with the current proposal that we have, and thank you to my colleague who actually just did a nice save there. But we will point a couple of those out, but we want to hear from the testimony from witnesses as well too, Madam Speaker. And so the Bill C-25 is an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, and the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and the Competition Act. So essentially what we're talking about is board of governance, Madam Speaker, in general. When you put the three core elements together, it's an opportunity to update and to include modern changes that are reflective, because on the private sector model with the private corporations, blue chip corporations and others, have been very derelict, quite frankly, across the world of actually having more an inclusive nature. And this is why it has come to, I guess, the forefront, not just in Canada, but across the country. When you're looking at Europe, even the United States, Canada has become known as a laggard with regards to this, and there's no doubt about it, Madam Speaker. So when the Conservatives talk about this getting through, I guess, the 10 years it took them to actually bring something forward finally right now, we're happy to do so. Unfortunately, we're getting into a bragging competition between the Liberals and the Conservatives about this, but what I wonder is why the bill is then being launched again another year and a bit later, basically the same as what it was before. And especially given what we've seen with more fundamental changes that are taking place in Germany and other places that I'll get into later that are very important, Madam Speaker. So we're here today to at least take that first step forward to this actual process. And to be clear, Madam Speaker, the first most recent change to this bill and these measures in the bill was 2001, and that was just prior to my time here, Madam Speaker. It was under John Chrétien's government at that time. And prior to that, it was even decades before that. So we're really looking at nearly 40 years of basically letting them have the whole show, so to speak. And to the point right now is that what we're saying, and this is how far things have come along and how difficult it still is, it requires a legislative arm on this, because there's still the right thing isn't being done in our corporate boards and the tables across this country where decisions are made about employees and about Canadians, and it doesn't even reflect anywhere near the diversity it should. And that's a shame, Madam Speaker. That is a shame that we've had to come this far. And hence, Madam Speaker, one of the amendments that I will be bringing forth and the New Democrats will be bringing forth is to have some type of a review of this process in the legislation. So there will be a good debate. I know some civil society organizations and some good governance organizations, especially related to the advocacy of women, have really questioned, I guess, a voluntary a movement that this initiative is right here, and that there should be some monitoring of that. And the one way that we can do it, and it's a very respectful way, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that we do have this coming back to Parliament so that we have a voice and Canadians have a voice to say, why is it that you are not complying with the Canadian people and being reflective to some degree, or at least coming to the benchmarks, generally speaking, that reflect our society? And you know what, Madam Speaker, there are those people historically that have popped through the different barriers that take place. And I guess I know I have a concern with the thought that we've had in the past related to boards, and it was referred to the old boys club, so to speak. And that's quite very real, Madam Speaker. And that's also an indication, not only is this just an issue over gender and ethnicity and diversity, it's also a social class issue, is that you have people that are basically ruled disavowed, unable, unequal, or unworthy of actually rising through the ranks and have to go through exceptional circumstances to break those barriers, which have been some of the most ingenious people that we have had. But the time and day has come, Madam Speaker, that everybody should count on who they are, what they think, what they do, and how hard they work, versus that of who you knew, or basically who your family was, or at the very least, what your gender is, Madam Speaker. And I think that we need to make sure, though, that there's a number of different things that are going to be looked at here that are very important. So they're going to have, right now, annual elections for the directors, Madam Speaker. Right now, it can take up to 3 years for an annual director to be looked at. An annual director position can set the course about how a corporation responds to its shareholders. And so if you believe in the essence of capitalism at the face value, the argument there is through your shareholder is you are a voter, and their democracy is your voting rights as a shareholder to the board and to the actual CEO who actually controls it at that time. But if, Madam Speaker, the current situation is that if you don't hold those meetings, and if you don't hold that connection to your board and to the rest of your shareholders, you can avoid accountability. And you can also avoid accountability by not publicizing meetings, by not making sure that there's well-thought time in advance so people can actually attend the meetings. And so you can actually create barriers, and it's similar to actually what I would call, being the trade background that I've had here, is like non-tariff barriers in terms of you try to sell somewhere your products in another country and you just can't sell them because the rules are so bad that you can't do anything. It's the same thing for shareholders that own that. And what are we talking about, those shareholders? They're ourselves, Madam Speaker. They're people that invest their pensions, or people that invest in their earnings. They buy those shares, they give the equity for the company, and if they can't have any direct control whatsoever in terms of voting because the shareholders are put down by the basically CEO not having the proper rules in place or following them for up to 3 years, and it becomes a problem. So this will require an annual meeting, Madam Speaker, and we are very supportive of that. Another thing, Madam Speaker, is that this is also a structure of the old boys club that was there, is regarding to the elector of directors individually, and as individuals. What they used to do, Madam Speaker, and has been done, is they've run slates. They run slates of those in the old boys club, so to speak, so that those that are the individuals that are trying to get through, trying to advance, have a more difficult time because they're grouped up against. And so I guess what we call this modernly is bullying, but the reality is that you have a number of people that can't actually get through because the fix is in, so to speak, is that the slate is developed. And so now as individual votes for those board members, at least, Madam Speaker, there's going to be an individual case to be made for each person. And I think that's the right way to do it, especially if, say, for example, Madam Speaker, some slates that carry baggage that are basically, well, you know what, I like 3 of the 4, I can live with that, and they can, there's a number of different things, as opposed to the rights of basically saying a single selection should be the way to go. And I think, Madam Speaker, that is going to be a good advance. Now, the issue over comply and explain is actually going to be another issue, Madam Speaker. And I noted that there have been a number of different countries that have done different things. And comply and explain, Madam Speaker, is a way that they're going to have a chance to actually bring the numbers up. So at 18% or less right now, is a very much obviously not reflective of our society, with women making over 50% of the population and occupying less than 18% of actually the board positions, is this obvious problem that has to be fixed. But what they found in surveys, Madam Speaker, is that when we've used comply and explain in the past and there hasn't been movement to improving those numbers in other countries, that they've argued that, well, not enough qualified people applied. And that's the ceiling that's created, Madam Speaker, that, it's hard to challenge that because you can't have access to the confidential documents and the information about who did actually apply and who got left behind, and a number of different personal things that are very complicated out there. So the target doesn't move at all. And that's one of the reasons that Chancellor in Germany, Merkel, she actually moved to legislation on this. So Germany has moved to legislation on this, actually having a target now of 30%. They simply got fed up. They got fed up, and they said that for the CEOs and basically for blue chip corporations, it's going to be 30%, and they'll have some time to actually bring that in, but it's a shortened time because they've had some time for comply and explain. And for not-for-profit boards and others, it's going to be 50%. And I think, Madam Speaker, there's a differentiation between the 30 and 50%, and I don't know, I wasn't privy to the debates, and I haven't looked at what took place in terms of the German legislation. I'm sure it will come out in testimony. But the boards that the not-for-profits are more your hospitals, your public institutions, and so forth. And, Madam Speaker, on those boards, of course there should be 50% because even as a taxpayer, you're paying for those boards. And with 50% of our population being women, they're directly paying 50%. We know that as a fact. And so they need to have that representation. In fact, they deserve that reputation. If they don't have that representation, then it's an absolute shame, and it's actually easily correctable because if they're supposed to be equal, then they deserve an equal voice on running those actually boards. And I would argue, Madam Speaker, that that is going to be one of the things that, again, we are going to argue for to at least have a review. And this again goes back to what we are proposing in terms of amendment, is making it aware at the very least, and there might be others that do more than such as comply and explain. There could be better amendments than that. We're open to that as New Democrats, but we are not going to give a blank check to this. There is no way we are not going to let this legislation go through without a fight tooth and nail to the end, without adding accountability to change the current situation. We will not let that happen, Madam Speaker. We have not come this far in so many other measures, and we have still so much farther to come that we would actually have this come through the House and then basically put up our hands and say, okay, we'll leave it to you guys. Good luck. See you later. No, Madam Speaker, we've done that enough. I've seen that happen too often here. Most recently, when we actually had another bill in this chamber that actually looked at gender parity for electoral reform, and this was turned down in this House, in this chamber, and sadly, Madam Speaker, it is another lost opportunity. This cannot be another lost opportunity to go back in the record books and to go back into the parliamentary halls for another 40 years without any action happening. And I think that's why, Madam Speaker, I'm very particularly interested in the German case, is because they actually have gone through it and changed. Now, we do know, and it will be interesting from testimony, that provinces have moved on this as well, too. And they have moved on comply and explain and a few others that have happened, but we will be getting some of the results from them as well, too. So I'll be interested in that and hearing that back from committee about what's going on out there. And so that will also give us, Madam Speaker, a better sense. And maybe perhaps we will be wrong here. We will be wrong here, and in the sense that the corporations will quickly act on this. And the not-for-profits, of course, I've worked in the not-for-profit industry for a number of different years and been successful at bringing this model in without even necessary, but they will comply as well, too, and move towards that. But if we have that element that we bring it back, and this is what's important, Madam Speaker, if we have that element of bringing it back, it's our opportunity to bring in front of Parliament into Canada those that are laggards on it, or if they have a problem with it, the real problem and how they're going to fix the problem. And so, Madam Speaker, that's what we're going to see with this, and we're going to see amendments, hopefully, that will make this happen because we're just not going to leave it alone. Now, another missed opportunity that we will actually see about this issue, and I think this is over corporate CEO compensation. This is another missed opportunity in this. And what I'm calling about, Madam Speaker, is a say on pay, is where there's more shareholders and investors that actually have a say on pay to the actually CEOs. And executive compensation is something that we're interested in looking at as this part of the package, Madam Speaker, because when you look at what's been taking with CEO salaries, we have seen in Canada and across this world CEOs benefiting at the same time companies go in the tank and they're actually laying off people. They're actually cutting workers. They're firing them left, right, and center, and they're getting big bonuses and checks. And you have to look no further, Madam Speaker, than the CEOs of the banks. So when you look at the banks that are taking place at a time when they actually had some problems, and we actually had to backstop some of the banks, they got record profits on a number of different things, and they got compensation, an average compensation that we went through this last financial crisis with of around 19%. So how is it, Madam Speaker, how is it that so many Canadians and so many small businesses are going through this problem that we've had, the challenges, the insecurity, the services that they are supposed to get are challenged, government's going into massive debt, including themselves as taxpayers, they're the ones funding for this, and CEOs get 19, almost 20%, Madam Speaker. How is it when those banks have some of the highest credit card costs, not only in Canada, but across the world? Across the world, when it comes to credit card service fees, just talk to small merchants. Look at what's happening in Australia. Australia, 0.5% capped, they're reviewing it and they're lowering it because they're still making lots of money. And they're still making lots of money, and it's bad for small business. Here, our small business people, they struggle even to go to the banks to get loans, and if they can get them, they're at high rates, or we're having public institutions like the BDC or other, like the credit unions, that step in on riskier loans. They're doing so, and what do the banks do in response? They fire off more workers, they close more branches, and they increase service fees. They do all of those things, Madam Speaker, and under the Conservatives, what they set up is basically a voluntary system for credit card thing, a voluntary system. Oh, yeah, great. It's wonderful, Madam Speaker. I mean, it's kind of like playing in hockey, and you get a penalty for cross-checking somebody, and that's a voluntary penalty. Don't worry about it. If you want to go in the penalty box, so you can time yourself out if you want. If you don't, then it's okay. Play on, play on. And meanwhile, you have them making a 19, 20% profit for the CEOs. And so what you're doing, and this sends a message, Madam Speaker, is that you're rewarding bad behavior. What person does that? You don't do it in your home life. You don't reward bad behavior. And if you do, it's probably not going to lead to a good solution in the end, that's for sure. You're reinforcing bad behavior. Nobody does that kind of stuff. And that's what we've done with the CEOs, the compensation. Look at Target, for example, Madam Speaker. They came in and took over a Canadian company, being Zellers, that actually was making a profit. And that's key, Madam Speaker. Zellers was making a profit. They also had a unionized workforce. They had a wage that was just over the minimum wage. They had some benefits, and they were making a profit. So it was a company that was actually fulfilling its mandate for people, being a place to work at, a place that you actually had some benefits, a place that you could actually have respect with regards to following the Canadian laws. Target comes in, and what do? They actually end up bankrupting and shutting it down, and the CEO of the Target, Greg Steinhafel, he got a package to go away with $61 million. Just $10 million shy of the total severance package for the entire Target workforce. So the CEO got $61 million. The workforce gets $10 million. Great, that's capitalism at its best. That's a wonderful example of the Canadian dream being fulfilled. You come in, you have a takeover like this. And by the way, I've done a recent review on the Investment Canada Act. There's been so many changes in the Investment Canada Act on the previous Liberals and Conservatives. It's actually shambles with regards to this type of behavior. There was nothing wrong with the current situation of actually forcing them to have some type of mandate or guarantees when they came into this country to preserve those worker jobs and to stop right now a bunch of black holes in shopping malls and communities across this country just because of corporate greed. So at the end of the day, 61 million, I'm sure he's not in our country. He's not here. The people with the compensation are here. The left wondering what to do. And guess what we do as taxpayers? We have to pick up where they took the money and left. We have to fill in the pensions. We have to fill in the employment insurance with regards to the costs. And we have to be the ones that actually pick up to make sure they're actually get retrained or find other jobs. So CEO compensation is significant in this. And it goes on, Madam Speaker. CEO with the highest pay but worst stock return, Don Lindsay, his compensation right now was $9.6 million. And there's no more. Ancana Corporation compensation, $10.8 million. Scott Sagsberg, Crescent Point Energy Corporation, 34.5%. And his compensation in terms of the stock went down. It was $8.8 million. So you had all of these things that are taking place, Madam Speaker, that actually detract away from what could be in this bill and what could be greater accountability for Canadians. So when we review this bill, let's make sure we crack open the elements that are necessary for full accountability. And you have to remember, Madam Speaker, and this is the big difference, and this is why really Canadians need to care more than ever before. A lot of Canadians have gone now to investing in their own funds for their future themselves. They go online, they do purchasing, and that's why, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure they have their rights protected. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovations and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Windsor West for giving a very passionate speech, and he brought forward perhaps two initiatives that he would like to bring. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit further about the first initiative in terms of having this bill up for review, and if you could just expand on that a little bit more, Madam Speaker, to find out to what extent, what's he looking at, what type of time frame.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's question. And we both are missing committee right now, so we're getting, I'm sure, going to get updated. And actually, it is important to note, Madam Speaker, that all parties have been working on an excellent manufacturing report. Hopefully, that will be tabled in very much a collegial way at Industry Committee, and I'm looking forward to working to see that to conclusion. But, Madam Speaker, what we're open to is having a review process, and it's been done in different ways. We're proposing at the very minimum a 5-year review. But often I've seen in this place as well, too, a 3-year review done for the initial stages of the bill just to see whether or not they're venturing into it. You can also, there's pros and cons to a 3- and a 5-year review for that, but we would want it at the very minimum a 5-year review. And what that does, Madam Speaker, that ensures that the Act, once completed and implemented, will have to be looked at by Parliament. So those that are under this review process, being the affected agencies, the boards, the not-for-profit sector, whatever, will know that the clock is ticking for them to actually have to explain where they're at. And that can be quite quick, Madam Speaker. We find things are really good out there. Then it can take a quick review and be done basically in a day. If we have a systemic problem, that could be a further commentary for Parliament and hearings. So it actually lends itself to be available and quite successful for those that are actually under it.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would really like to highlight the full mastery that my colleague has of this issue. I think he very well explained how self-regulation is not good enough, that we need to regulate capitalism, which of course can create wealth for everyone, but we know that we have to be realistic because there's this huge gap between the salaries of the CEOs and the regular employees. We know that there are black holes where we've had shopping centers. We know on Spark Street, for example, there were a lot of businesses, and we know that now we have some monstrosities that are being built. So I would like to hear about places like Target being closed.
I appreciate my question, and it's an important one. And I like to build on it because here's what's kind of unique that's taking place that really connects to what my colleague is saying, is that people now have a little bit more control over their finances and how they make some decisions about it. That's actually becoming the wave of the future. It's something that we should all have interest in making sure it's democratized. So if you are actually participating and deciding where you move your money in the stock market system, is that you're protected to have a say in that. That, Madam Speaker, is not behind some curtain somewhere where decisions are made and you have no impact, but there's a set of rules and accountability because you are actually having a say to pay, is what they say, is because you then get a chance to vote with your money, so to speak, in these corporations. And if they are a true democracy, then they should have no problem complying with those that are actually funding it to actually have a say in its matters.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill C-25. This is an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act. Our government is committed to growing the economy, creating jobs, and strengthening the middle class. As such, we are building the right foundation for an inclusive and innovative Canada. We want to foster new thinking by harnessing the full talents and experience of all Canadians. We recognize that diversity is a strength. Bill C-25 ensures that we create the right conditions to keep Canada at the forefront of a global economy. And, Madam Speaker, I intended to ask you for permission and the permission of the House to share my time with the Minister for the Status of Women, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to have your approval for that, please. Does the Honourable Member... Well, you don't need approval to share your time when we are at the stage of 20-minute speeches, only at the beginning of the debate itself, when it is first introduced. Thank you. I'm sorry for my mistake. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that clarification. Bill C-25 will ensure that we create the right conditions to keep Canada at the forefront of a global economy, as I just said. It will provide a transparent and predictable business environment for firms to innovate and grow. Bill C-25 makes a number of modernizing adjustments. First, it will require publicly traded corporations to disclose to their shareholders the composition of their boards and senior management ranks. The measures in Bill C-25 call on corporations to tell their shareholders how they are promoting diversity at the senior leadership level. Underrepresentation of certain groups in society is not only a question of fairness, it can also affect the bottom line. This disclosure facilitates a frank conversation between corporations and their shareholders. Madam Speaker, I am particularly proud to be speaking about this bill during Women's History Month. It is a time when we celebrate the women who have shaped Canada's history. We honor their courage, their sacrifice, and their leadership in all spheres of life. And with this bill, our government is committed to addressing the underrepresentation of women and other groups in the highest levels of corporate leadership. The bill encourages corporations to reflect on whether they are drawing from the largest talent pool available in order to improve their performance. This government is committed to inclusive growth, and we have made our views known on diversity very clearly. We have also already achieved gender parity in our cabinet. And we announced changes to the process for governor-in-council appointments. These changes ensure that diversity is a critical factor in selecting those who lead our public sector corporations and our boards. Bill C-25 builds on these initiatives. The bill recognizes that embracing diversity should be adopted as a good practice in corporate governance. we are not alone. We have already seen a similar commitment by other governments. Securities regulators and the private sector have also worked to increase diversity on corporate boards and in executive ranks. Most securities regulators have adopted comply or explain rules. These rules require publicly traded corporations to disclose the gender composition and diversity policies among their executive ranks. Some private sector and non-profit organizations have adopted diversity policies or voluntary targets to increase women's participation on corporate boards. We commend their efforts. To improve shareholder democracy, Bill C-25 will also reform the process of electing corporate directors. The bill will introduce a majority voting model when elections are uncontested. In our current system, Madam Speaker, a candidate can be elected even where there is only a single vote in favor, and even if all others abstain. As part of these reforms being proposed here, in an uncontested election, a candidate can only be elected if they have the majority of votes cast in their favor. And this practice gives shareholders the right to vote against a candidate instead of simply withholding their vote or abstaining. Bill C-25 will also require publicly traded corporations to hold annual elections for corporate directors. It will also ensure that shareholders can vote for individual candidates rather than a group of candidates. These reforms support diversity, shareholder democracy, and corporate performance. They allow shareholders to consider individual candidates on a more frequent basis. As a result, there are more opportunities for deeper reflection on what diverse skill sets and experiences are best suited to govern a corporation. Bill C-25 will also permit shareholders to access corporate materials online. This amendment will bring market framework laws into the digital age. It will increase business efficiency and reduce operational costs while aligning with provincial securities rules. This amendment will also increase transparency as well as shareholder democracy. The bill also contains an amendment to update the Competition Act. That amendment will ensure that our laws keep pace with contemporary ways that corporations structure themselves. Specifically, the bill takes into account how corporate affiliates are recognized under the Act. The amendments do away with the risk that affiliates would be mistaken as competitors in the eyes of the law. Making the law clear and neutral on this point eliminates business uncertainty. It also avoids the unnecessary time and resources that are currently spent on ensuring that companies comply with the law. I just want to clarify, Madam Speaker, whether I can go over my time, my 10 minutes. Thank you. If I'm sharing. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I can't go over 10 minutes, is that correct? You have about 20 seconds. and you will have 5 minutes for questions after. I will therefore conclude then, Madam Speaker, by saying that the amendments proposed in Bill C-25 will set the stage for a modern economy and a renewed commitment to innovation. I look forward to seeing this bill become law. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Merci beaucoup. Quand on dit qu'on...
Thank you very much. When you indicate that you are going to share your time, you have 10 minutes each. And if you continue beyond that, your other colleague will not have a chance to speak.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech today in this place. I want to acknowledge something that he mentioned, that he brought up Women's History Month. I think that's incredibly important when we're looking at this piece of legislation. And as a woman who serves in this House and someone who has dedicated themselves to gender equality, I'm appreciative of the spirit of this bill. But as a feminist, I see weak language that will do little to see real change for women in the way that I think is the intent of this bill. And my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. Will the government agree to the NDP amendment to have a 5-year review clause inserted into C-25 to ensure that Canada keeps up to date on corporate and shareholder best practices, as well as to review the comply and explain, and to make sure that it has the intended effect on board gender diversity, and I really believe to show a true commitment to the women of this House and to feminists across our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Essex for her very important question that she's asking. She'll forgive me if I give you an indication that I think that the proposal that she is suggesting, I think very much should stand on its merits. That being said, I think it's important that we allow this bill to go to committee, and for the committee members, like the member from Windsor had suggested, to go through and to listen to witnesses and to try to make the most sensible and I think the most needed parts of amendments to this bill to improve it. That's the wonderful thing about this process. I think that also demonstrates, Madame la Présidente, l'ouverture de notre...
The openness of our government to the ideas of opposition parties, because we certainly acknowledge that we have no monopoly on good ideas. We need the contribution of all members from the House to suggest amendments to our legislation. I think that it is logical, it is consistent, but I can't guarantee the outcome. I think the process should continue in committee.
For Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his speech today, and certainly for the production of this bill and placement on the floor. I think it's important, Madam Speaker, to recognize that this bill, a large majority of the work for this bill was actually conducted under the previous government. And along with the other bill that's being moved by the ministries that fall under the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. And so we've had 2 bills in 1 year. And I guess my question through to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is, when can this House expect a bill that will address the needs of the oil and gas sector, of the manufacturing sector, and other sectors across the country that have been losing jobs all year long?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the opportunity that I've had to work with the Honourable Member from Barrie Springwater or Medonte. I've had the opportunity over the last year to work with him on the Industry Committee, and it's been a pleasure to work with him. In regard to this bill, Madam Speaker, through you, I would suggest to the Honourable Member that we're looking very much forward to having this bill actually pass, or not only be introduced, but be brought through the legislative process to be passed. There are, of course, a number of good-intentioned bills which were suggested by the previous government, but never was it followed through in terms of getting it through the legislative process, although they they very much were aware of the parliamentary calendar that was in place. I think the big difference is that where there is good legislation from wherever it originates, this government is committed to seeing that legislation pass. So I'm very much looking forward to C25 and addressing the issue of greater diversity on boards. To the other issues which the honourable member had raised, I'm afraid that that is perhaps another issue or other issues which are not necessarily germane to the debate that we're having here today on this particular bill, Madam Speaker. So I'm certain the honourable member will allow me a little bit of allowance to take his questions under advisement and to give proper reflection to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act.
Our government understands that Canada needs all of its available talent to stimulate innovation and economic prosperity. And in order to do this, we have to seek the commitment of people with a diversity of experience and skills in order to lead in all segments of the economy.
As a source of Canada's strength. With this bill, we are calling on all leaders and all decision makers, including shareholders, to promote diversity and inclusion. In today's global economy, it is to our economic benefit that our workforce reflects our rich diversity. Ensuring we have diversity in all aspects of our society contributes to better performance and innovative thinking, which affects the economic security of our communities and our country. We need leadership and commitment, not only in government, but also in the private sector, to instill diversity and inclusion as core to good corporate governance. Bill C-25 promotes diversity in leadership roles, something that is integral to creating environments where diversity of voices make decisions that are of consequence to all of us. Research shows that leaders who embrace diversity in their organizations and give diverse voices equal exposure are more likely to have employees contribute to their full innovative potential. And change can happen. For example, the Canadian Board Diversity Council, the leading Canadian organization advancing diversity on Canada's boards in order to help drive increased shareholder value, established Diversity 50. Diversity 50 is designed to help directors identify diverse board-ready candidates beyond their own networks. The initiative expands the definition of experience, expertise, education, geography, and age to include such considerations as women, visible minorities, Aboriginal peoples, and people with disabilities. There are 13 CEOs from the telecommunications, energy, financial, and media sectors that support Diversity 50. Organizations such as Catalyst Canada have also created voluntary measures, such as the Catalyst Accord, which in 2012 called on Canadian corporations to join and increase the overall proposal of the Financial Post's FP 500 board seats held by women to 25% by 2017. Canada's 30% Club, whose membership is comprised of leading directors and executive officers, established an aspirational goal of 30% female representation on boards by 2019 and works with Catalyst on the Catalyst Accord. These are important targets that I am certain corporate Canada can reach, not only because we have the talent, but because meeting these targets will drive stronger companies, better decision-making, and ultimately a richer economy. Another important dimension of the bill complements these measures by further facilitating the conversation between shareholders and corporations on how they are pursuing diversity in their leadership. The bill will also require distributing corporations and cooperatives to hold annual elections. This not only supports accountability and can provide opportunities for diversity on boards. Women make up 48% of the workforce and earn half of the university degrees. And yet the latest figures show that women hold 13.1% of all Canadian board seats, 19.1% of seats on the boards of the FP 500 companies, and 20.8% of seats on the boards of Standard & Poor's TSX 60 companies. If Canada's workforce and economy is to remain modern and competitive internationally, we need to tap our full potential. We need to encourage change to ensure that the full diversity of Canada is represented in the business world. Bill C-25 will require Canada Business Corporations Act corporations to disclose diversity information such as the composition of their boards and policies to their shareholders, or to explain why they do not have diversity policies. The bill will also require corporations to provide diversity information to the Director of Corporations Canada so that progress can be monitored. With the introduction of Bill C-25, it's important that boards and recruiting committees review the diversity of their boards and in senior management and consider more inclusive practices. When businesses expand their pool of candidates, they can find new backgrounds, skills, and experiences that may have been overlooked in the past. This is true at the senior level and down through the organization. Monsieur le Président.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to have the opportunity to participate in the debate on Bill C-25 during the month of Women's History. In October, we're celebrating women who have shaped the history of Canada. This is a time for honoring their courage, sacrifice, and leadership. Our government is determined to eliminate the problem of underrepresentation of women and other groups in the highest levels of corporations.
I will allow government and businesses working together to promote diversity and put innovation at the core of their business strategy. It is essential that corporations demonstrate progressive leadership and create a culture of inclusivity and innovation. By recognizing diversity as a strength and ensuring we have the full spectrum of ideas at the table, Madam Speaker, Canada stands to benefit with firms that are increasingly innovative and increasingly financially successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kootenay, Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for the Status of Women for her comments, and I think for giving a good description and sharing with us some very important statistics that really describe a situation that we know that corporate Canada and the many boards are still very unequal. They don't have gender parity and still need to move a very long way when it comes to reflecting the diversity of community and the diversity of the population on their boards. And I think just a couple of comments. We have known the business case for diversity and gender parity on boards for a very long time. Those companies whose management and boards reflect gender parity and the diversity within their communities are more profitable. And most large corporations have known of this business case for a very long time, but it has never been enough to actually move the needle, from my perspective, far enough, fast enough. And I'm sure the Minister would agree with me. There is something, and here is what we see we need to put in place in order to do that. I guess what I would like to sort of put to the Minister is that I do feel that we need to have some kind of goal, some type of way to bring this back to Parliament so we actually know whether we're making progress. So I would just like to hear comments on the need for goals and timelines when it comes to this issue.
Yeah, so just a reminder, it would be her comments as opposed to your comments, so you address it to the Chair. The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the Honourable Member makes a really good point that we need what we don't measure, we can't actually do, and we need to actually be able to measure progress. And I think there are a number of aspects in this bill that will allow us to start to do that. The comply or explain piece around actually having corporations identify what efforts they're doing to diversify their corporations, but also explain that to others is one step in terms of measurement. And certainly this government would not be opposed to reviewing the progress after an appropriate period of time to make sure that the measure is stringent enough that we get to where we're aiming to, which is at least 30% women.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the efforts that the Minister has made to date on what I believe is a very important file to all Canadians dealing with the status of women and gender equity. And I guess I would ask in terms of how important it is to demonstrate leadership. We've had a Prime Minister that virtually from day one in his appointment of a gender-neutral cabinet to what we're debating here today. And I guess I would just ask her the importance of seeing that strong national leadership on such an important file.
The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Leadership is incredibly important in any culture change. And if there's not an expectation that culture will change, then of course we have no impetus to actually move towards a more equitable culture. So I think the Honourable Member is quite right in his assertion that leadership matters. We have a Prime Minister that has taken the conversation to gender equality, in my mind, to a place that we've never had in this country before. And it's inspiring, in fact, international leaders. But I think what smart business leaders know is that when they set the tone, that they actually can drive change throughout all levels of their organization. And more than that, I think that they see that this is not just a social justice issue, but this is an actual fiscal issue. Good social policy, good inclusion policy means better fiscal policy, and that is driving change in ways that we haven't seen before as well. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to ask the Minister to sort of reflect on this comment. And what we know is that the Canadian Board Diversity Council, after reviewing Comply or Explain where it's been used and where it's been applied, that they haven't found it's really led to meaningful change or consistent improvement in the pace of change. And I would just like to hear comments on that. Thank you.
A brief answer from the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I reflect back on the experiences I had in public health driving complex behavior change. And in fact, if you move straight to legislation, oftentimes there is no compliance, and there are many other barriers that people find ways around the legislation. And so what we're hoping to build here is a consensus amongst organizations, corporate organizations, that this is good, not just for their business, not just for social justice, but it has good fiscal outcomes. And then we can assess that progress as we go.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise today and speak to Bill C-25. I do not believe there is a person in this room that can effectively argue that this bill in any way hurts our country. I am the father of two, a 3-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter, and I want an even playing field for my children so that they know if you work hard, if you make sensible choices, and if you take calculated risks, one can succeed without concern of gender, without concern of race, and without concern of ethnicity. What I'm failing to understand, though, is why Bill C-25 does not propose more. Why it is so unison in its approach on subject matter with all that is going on around us. It's difficult to understand why there is no original work coming out of the Minister of Innovation's office. I don't think that the Minister perhaps understands the gravity of the jobs market that Canadian families are fighting in to make ends meet. If he did, we would not be discussing changes of disclosure today without widespread reforms to make Canadian employers more competitive and therefore create jobs for Canadians looking for new or better jobs. And this affects all women, all men, and all children who will soon be in the workforce. Now, I know the Minister will argue that another accountant filling out another line on another tax form so that another bureaucrat in Ottawa can create another spreadsheet is an intensely important issue that needs to be prioritized above all else, but I'm sorry, I cannot. We are a year into the mandate of this government, and so far the Minister for Innovation has failed to introduce one piece of legislation regarding innovation. So far, he has tabled 2 bills, the first regarding copyrighted works and the second regarding the disclosure of the makeup of persons on a board. And I don't believe that these bills are unworthy of presentation in any way. That is not what I'm saying. After all, it was work done by the former Conservative government that created these bills in the first place.
But what Liberal insider in what ivory tower decided the most pressing issue to deal with right now is not the estimated 52,000 oil and gas workers laid off since last year and unable to pay their bills? What Liberal insider decided the priority isn't finding a way to support the more than 40,000 manufacturing jobs lost in the last year? What Liberal insider decided that the priority is to go to a room full of work from the previous government, change the color of the binder it was written in, and put this on the floor of Parliament without a single mention of the struggling families at home? And Mr. Speaker, that's if they can get a home. After this, Madam Speaker, that's if they can get a home after this government has instituted new borrowing rules that make it even more difficult for first-time homebuyers to purchase their coveted first home. But I get it, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister is reducing the average Canadian worker's take-home pay with new payroll taxes, when the Prime Minister is eliminating tax credits for children in sports and in culture, when the Prime Minister is removing opportunities for Canadians to save money through tax-free savings accounts, when the Prime Minister is introducing a carbon tax that will take $2,500 out of every single Canadian's pocket, the Finance Minister needed to change the qualifications for mortgages to higher thresholds. Why? Because Canadians have less take-home money in their pockets to afford their mortgage when the government is setting a permanent tax office in the pockets of Canadians. Please tell me how this helps Canadian men or women break the cycle of poverty. Another government-created solution to another government-created problem. Oh, and Canadians only have take-home pay if they have jobs, so that seems to be a pretty big issue right now, and I think the folks at home would agree. So we have less jobs in two of the largest sectors of our economy, and an affordability problem with housing at the same time. As if it is some comedy of failures we would see in a Shakespearean play, the government doesn't stop with taking people's money that they're earning now. They run up a Goliath-sized deficit so they can take more of their money tomorrow. And yet we're discussing changes to corporate disclosure laws and rules without any mention of the Canadian economy and how it is failing women and men of all ages. But not only is the number of manufacturing jobs being reduced by 40,000, the number of jobs available for youth aged 15 to 24 is down by a whopping 48,000 jobs year over year, according to Statistics Canada. These results are blinding when compared with the Liberal promises, which outlined an increase in youth jobs of 40,000 for this year alone, as outlined in the quote, "We will invest to create more jobs and better opportunities for young Canadians." This is literally a portion of the Liberal platform. So how is it that this government can only contribute 2 bills in 12 months from the Minister of Innovation, and with those bills fail to consider the daily fight to make ends meet for Canadian workers? But, Madam Speaker, perhaps I'm not effectively communicating the state of the economy for Canadian workers. Maybe the government's inclined to listen only to international elites as to the state of the economy that the Liberal government presides over. Well, that's just fine. In October, the International Monetary Fund downgraded Canada's real GDP growth to 1.1% from 1.3%. It makes total sense. Less Canadians working plus less Canadians buying houses and services equals less Canadian wealth and less Canadian GDP. The problem is the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has also downgraded economic growth for 2017. Instead of growth of 2.2%, the International Monetary Fund has reduced down the outlook to 2% flat. Following this downgrade, the Bank of Canada has followed suit and reduced our current year's outlook for economic growth from 1.4% to 1.2%, and 2017's economic outlook from 2.1% to 1.9%. Yet the Minister of Innovation is silent, some would say MIA, missing in action, and without a single competent piece of legislation to support our struggling economy. That is, unless changing the rules of disclosure and copyrights will spur the economic growth that we've been looking for in this country. Again, I'm not against the current bills that were tabled, merely highlighting how ineffective and lacking the government's approach to our current economic woes have been and continue to be. I believe that governments are elected to institute a plan, one that will hopefully improve the lives of Canadians. After our government determines what that plan is and the best way to achieve it, each and every piece of legislation should work towards achieving that goal. Maybe these 2 pieces of legislation that have been tabled and moved by the federal government this year do that. They help the government achieve these goals. But unfortunately, there has been no plan communicated or brought forward before this House to validate it against. After a full year in office, the government has failed to provide a copy of their plan to underpin the Canadian economy, spur innovation and reform in struggling sectors, or tell our hard-working Canadian families what it is that they are trying to achieve on our behalf. Now, if Canadians believe these folks in government, if they believe the Minister of Innovation, they would believe that the Liberal Party has a plan that is so good, so big, so fantastic. You see, on February 1st, 2016, the Minister of Innovation told the House the government has a plan. On February 3rd, on February 18th, on February 23rd, on February 25th, the Minister said, we've got a plan. On March 7th and 8th, he said, we have a plan. The only problem, Madam Speaker, is that his government's budget just 3 weeks later, in March 2016, said they will get a plan together some point in the next 2 years. So I've said before in this House, I'll say it again today, the government does not have a plan. Prime Minister Trudeau does not have a plan for Canada to succeed. And the Minister of Innovation doesn't have a plan to spur innovation, job growth, or create an environment where Canadian businesses and Canadian workers can succeed. They have a plan.
Point of order. Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I recognize that the member is reading prepared notes, and those notes may have not been prepared necessarily for presentation in the House. But when one makes a presentation in the House, one is not to use the proper names of members that are duly elected. I'm sure a mistake, but he should withdraw.
So you mentioned the name of the Prime Minister. As you know, you cannot name individuals who are elected in the House. You can mention them if they're no longer elected in the House as so.
Certainly, Madam Speaker. I try not to say his name as much as possible, so I certainly apologize to the member on the other side of the House. They have said that they have a plan, but unfortunately, all they have is a plan to have a plan. It's so good, so big, and so fantastic, it's imaginary and does not exist. But a plan to have a plan does not create a single job. A plan to have a plan does not put food on a single Canadian table, except the ministers, of course. And a plan to have a plan doesn't pay extremely high Ontario hydro bills. A plan to have a plan doesn't help unemployed oil and gas workers get back to work. A plan to have a plan doesn't spur confidence or hope in the opportunity that exists in this country. I'm sure the minister wants to know why. It's because while he's taking 2 years to come up with a plan, people are actually hurting. People are wondering how they'll pay for food this week, their mortgage next week, their rent the month after, their kids' sports, their parents' medical bills, their anniversary dinner, and their gas to get to work. Canadians don't have 2 years to wait. Some don't have 2 weeks to wait. Yet the only response to the downgraded economic outlooks by the Bank of Canada and the International Monetary Fund is silence. But wait, the Minister of Innovation would say, we have a plan and a committee of innovation leaders to prove it. We appointed 10 innovation leaders to ask people out there and teach us how to make Canada more competitive. Madam Speaker, for the record, if the government wants to know how to innovate, then ask the most innovative leaders in Canada and maybe, just maybe, start with the Canadian Council of Innovators, 50 of the country's top tech and advanced manufacturing CEOs in Canada. In fact, you don't even have to go out and find them. They actually came here last week, Madam Speaker, the same day the Prime Minister was meeting with their top competitors from outside of Canada. I decided to go and meet with them and listen to their ideas. And you know what they told me? That the committee of successful bureaucrats, university and college professors, and venture capitalists from the Innovation Leaders Committee hadn't interviewed a single one of the top 50 tech CEOs in the country. The committee that has a sole purpose to discover how to harness the power of innovation has not consulted the top innovators in Canada. These government folks love the photo ops, love committees, love talking, especially about plans, but when it comes to delivering real results, identifying real opportunities with real innovators, real change went to Amazon. I can see it now. My Liberal colleagues across the aisle will say, but we don't need to move bills in the House of Commons to be effective in government. We can spend money, or as governments always say, invest. First, I would ask why don't we spend money on a plan that will help Canadian employers become more competitive? But that's only half of the problem. The real problem is that governments of all stripes tend to spend our money and then pat themselves on the back for doing it. The government will stand up in this House bragging that they've given tax dollars to this company and that company. It's wrong. I do not want government to measure its success by the amount of money it's spending. That just creates a race to the bottom of the well that's known as the Canadian taxpayer. We want the government to measure its success by how successful it is, not by how much money it can spend and how fast it can do it. But, Madam Speaker, I want to focus on what type of practical plans the government should engage in. Number one, do no harm. Keep taxes low, red tape minimal, and allow entrepreneurs to do what is best for their businesses and their workers. Be responsive. When 50 of the country's best and brightest come all the way to Ottawa, show up. Streamline programs, making them easier for companies to respond to and be successful in their applications, as it has become so onerous and slow that companies don't bother respond and miss opportunities to create jobs. Recognize why these problems exist and reform them as necessary. Too often, programming in government is designed to make it easier for government to do the business of government rather than for business to do business. Be proactive, pick up a phone, mandate ministry-wide quotas on client outreach, and find ways to support entrepreneurs creating jobs. Set measurable targets, like they have here with this bill, whether it's level of technology, number of successful companies, market share, or productivity. Replace platitudes of politicians and spending with measurable targets. Reform the CAN export program so that companies can effectively enter and expand in target marketplaces rather than penalizing companies that have fostered a footprint in a marketplace already. Recognize there is a brain drain to the United States and focus resources on creating conditions that preserve our talent calling Canada home, as well as target international talent to make Canada a home. Ensure that our technical standards are adopted, especially where we are industry leaders and where it will benefit our industries, in order to maintain excellence and a competitive edge for our entrepreneurs. And finally, follow through on a commitment to give employers who hire young people, both male and female, a 12-month break on employment insurance premiums. Madam Speaker, instead of enacting these types of practical approaches to maintain jobs or help the private sector create jobs, the government is treading water. I support the use of good data to support good decision-making. I know that this bill will encourage the collection of data and outline the participation level of different demographics on boards of directors. But this measure, by itself, is not going to deliver a single job to a single person, male or female. It is also ironic that the government's finding the knowledge and capacity to project measurable standards on the private sector corporations, but has not outlined a single measurable economic target for itself in its full year in office. I guess my expectations from our government is this, that it would bring forward practical solutions to help people dealing with a slumping economy, that it would prioritize the citizens of our country who are hurting as job losses mount month after month after month, with the only exception being the public sector. I do not want this government to focus on new ways to get information from businesses and accountants and call it a strategy to grow the number of jobs for women in this country. I want the government to present a plan that will create conditions for Canadian workers, regardless of their gender, to do what they do best, provide for their families, and build their future. Is it a noble cause to require big corporations to be transparent with the makeup of their board? Yes. But as I've said, this does not put a single person to work, put food on a single table, or help a single Canadian who is struggling to make ends meet. Canadians expect more out of their government, more than photo ops and selfies, more than non-stop spending, more than new lines on tax forms, and more than taxes and more taxes and less jobs. Madam Speaker, Canadians demand the vision to plan and the gumption to act. We know the government can see what's happening. It gets the same information that we do from the Bank of Canada and from Stats Canada and from the International Monetary Fund. Yet, it is failing to act. In the words of Helen Keller, quote, "The most pathetic person in the world is someone who has sight but no vision." And today, I will finish with my favorite proverb, Madam Speaker, from the book of Proverbs. Without vision, the people will perish. Well, Madam Speaker, this government has no vision for our economy, and Canadian jobs are perishing daily in the private sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I listened to the member opposite talk about the brain drain. I can certainly say that from my vantage point, there's been no brain drain in my constituency, but perhaps from that side of the bench, you've seen a lot of brain drains, considering the quality of the comments we're hearing in this debate. This issue of parity in terms of the corporate sector and in making sure that everybody has a fair chance to succeed inside the corporate structures of this country, making sure that regardless of your gender, you have a position and an opportunity to lead. When we know that women have been paid 63 cents on the dollar for generations, when we know that women have been held back due to discriminatory hiring practices, to say that this bill has no economic impact on this country is to say that women have no economic impact on this country, and I find that, quite frankly, insulting to everybody who sits in this House. The issue is this. This government does have a plan. This government has invested close to $60 billion more over the next 10 years in infrastructure that your party didn't invest in. This government...
I want to remind the member that he's to address the chair, and so we don't say yours or you in the House. Also, if the member wants a response today, then we would need to provide that opportunity right now before we go to votes.
I'm not sure I do want a response, but I'll try to get a question anyways. The infrastructure spend, every $1 billion in infrastructure supports 16,700 jobs. That comes from private industry itself. Do you not agree that infrastructure is...
Again, I may not agree because you've redirected it, so it's not you again. And I know that the Parliamentary Secretary has been here long enough to know that he needs to address the chair. Very brief answer from the member for... from Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Madani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting that the member opposite talks about not knowing about the brain drain. That's because his Prime Minister and his party didn't show up to the top 50 tech CEOs who told us that hour after hour next week, and they have failed to consult those who know in the community. And frankly, quite frankly, regarding this bill, I've said over and over again in here that I support it, and I do. What I'm looking for is more than 2 bills that you took off the old government shelf and put out on the floor a year into your mandate. Do something with oil and gas.
Excuse me. Order. So I want to remind the member that I had just reminded the other member that you are to address the chair. Thank you. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-243 under private members' business. I also neglected to let the member know that he has 7 minutes and 7.5 minutes for question and comments when this bill comes back before the House. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows.
Mr. Garrettson, seconded by Mrs. Romanato, moved that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act maternity benefits, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garrettson.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Ayub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hardy, sorry.
Mr.
correction.
Hardy.
And then Mr. Harvey.
And then Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
One more. I think. Fourth row.
Oh, and back to Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
At my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Lauzon Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
At my right.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Leakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Row at my left.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Poirier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Fourth row at my right.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. de Courcy.
Mr. de Courcy.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
My right.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay. Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Third row at my left.
Sea-Doo Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon. Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
At my left.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
First row at my left.
Yeas pour 231, 231. Nays contre 78, 78.
I declare the motion carried. The court stands referred to resources, skills, and social development, and the status of persons with disabilities. Alors, la Chambre procédera à mettre.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-240 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Members might like to hear the question. The question is as follows. Mr. May Cambridge, seconded by Ms. Cesar Chavan, moved that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Ryu.
Mr. Ryu.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sandy.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Rangé à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Rangé à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Amos.
Monsieur Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
And back to Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
À droite.
First row on my right.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Tous ceux à ma gauche qui
All those on my left who support the motion will please rise.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur
Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich-Golf
Ms. May Saanich-Golf
À gauche.
Fourth row on my left rather.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Deuxième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame
Madame
Quash.
Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left. Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Dernière rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Finley.
Yes, Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor
Mr.
West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion.
Those on my right who oppose the motion will please rise. Gatineau.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest d'Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right. Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Elgabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Back to
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mrs.
Nice
McCrimmon.
tie, Ralph.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur
Fergus.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Back to Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right.
Oh, sorry. And Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you. Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
À ma gauche, qui s'oppose à la motion.
All those on my left who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Chong.
S'opposer, oui. Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row on my left.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Seri.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Yeas pour 227, 227. Nays contre 81, 81.
I declare the motion carried.
Order, 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 order. En conséquence, alors,
Order.
en conséquence, ce projet de...
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
This bill, deuxième lecture, ce projet de loi.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M42 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Saint-Marie. Question is as follows. Mr. Saint-Marie, appuyé par Madame Posé.
Seconded by Ms. Posé, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should put an end to the widespread tax avoidance practiced by many shell companies set up in Barbados by Canadian companies by amending subsection 95(1) of the Income Tax Act and section 5907 of the Income Tax Regulations to specify that no business is entitled to a special tax benefit conferred by Barbados under the Canada-Barbados Income Tax Agreement Act 1980 shall be exempt from taxation because of a tax treaty.
Le revenu. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Fifth row at my left.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur
Thériault.
Monsieur
Beaulieu. Monsieur Barsalou Duval. Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
May Sandwich Golf Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr.
Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr.
Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Saganache. Madame Quash. Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Madame
Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan. Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandad.
Mr.
Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Row at my left.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms.
Mr.
Ludwig.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Russell. Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith
Ms.
Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Cesar
Mr.
Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Row at my right.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite
Mr.
Nation.
Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tans-
Ms.
Mr.
Ratansi.
Tansey. Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Wilson Raybould.
Ms. Wilson Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Yeas pour 51, 51. Nays contre 260, 260.
Declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M40 as amended under private member's business in the name of Ms. Jordan.
Question is as follows. Mrs. Jordan, seconded by Mrs. Shanahan, moved. And in the opinion of the House, the government should, in collaboration with provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous organizations, A, take meaningful steps to address the issue of abandoned and derelict vessels within 6 months of this motion being adopted. Shall I dispense? Okay. All those at my right in favor of the motion as amended will please rise.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Ranger à ma droite.
Mr. Aria.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
À ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisley.
Ms. Allisley.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez
Mr.
Sangre.
Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenté, La Petite
Monsieur
Nation.
Lauzon Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
À ma droite.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Back.
Tous à ma gauche.
All those on my left opposed to the motion as amended will please rise. Fifth row.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Toole.
Attendez. Je pourrais corriger tout ça qui.
Sorry, I should have said all those who are in favor of the motion on my left.
Got him. Okay. Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou
Mr.
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. Mason Scoff Islands.
Ms. Mason Scoff.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Third row on my left.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Saley.
Second row on my left.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Première rangée à ma
First row on my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
S'oppose la motion telle que modifiée.
The motion, all those in favor, please rise.
À ma droite.
On my right.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
Première rangée à ma...
First row on my right.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those at my left, opposed, please rise.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Yeas pour 311, 311. Nays contre, aucun, nil.
I declare the motion as amended carried. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-201 under private members' business.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Oliphant, seconded by Mr. Arsenault, moved that Bill S-201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row at my right.
Comte. Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. DeMoss.
Mr. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpot
Ms.
Taylor.
Petitpot Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Cesar
Mr.
Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisley.
Ms. Allisley.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Chager.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Damme.
Mr. Van Damme.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Posé. Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Islands.
Ms. May
Row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South
Mr.
Glengarry.
Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière. Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left. Second row on my left. First row on my left. I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. It being 6:50 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Alors,
order, please.
J'encourage les députés.
I would encourage members to please take their discussions outside into the lobbies or elsewhere. We now will move to private members' business.
Outside. Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
As Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, and as the NDP critic for citizenship, immigration and refugees, I rise to speak in support of motion M39 with its proposed amendment. If the amendment and the motion passes, and I expect that it will, I look forward to studying the issue at committee. Motion M39 is requesting the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to take on a broad study of immigration to Atlantic Canada, including the challenges of a regional population that is both aging and shrinking, increasing retention of current residents and newcomers, and how immigration could be increased to the region, and to examine the pilot initiatives of the Atlantic Growth Strategy. I want to note that it is important that the scope of the motion is more than just sending people to Atlantic Canada, but rather is a call for the committee to examine how to increase the economic and social well-being of Atlantic Canada as well. It's about building the region up so that more people not only go there, but stay there and thrive. That means the study needs to take a broad view to it. It requires a holistic approach and comprehensive solutions. Mr. Speaker, when I saw the motion, I thought about the story that was reported in the media this summer. It's a story about a Syrian chocolatier. In August, the media spoke to Assem Haddad and his family. Mr. Haddad was a successful chocolatier in Damascus, Syria, where he employed 30 people in his factory and shipped his chocolates all over the Middle East. As a result of the ongoing civil war in Syria, his factory was destroyed in a bombing. After that, he and his family fled to Lebanon and has since successfully made their way to Adigonish, Nova Scotia. The small community welcomed the Haddad family with open arms. Not only did they help the family resettle in Canada, but they also helped Mr. Haddad go back to doing what he loves, making chocolate. Volunteers helped him build a tiny shed and turn it into the currently one-person factory named Peace by Chocolate Company. Mr. Haddad's chocolate are now being sold at the local markets and through special orders, and he hopes to eventually be able to expand and hire staff from the community. It is a truly pay-it-forward moment. After receiving the help that he and his family have received, Mr. Haddad was donating his profits to the victims of the Fort Murray fire. Mr. Speaker, this is what we call a successful resettlement story. It is inspirational, it is heartwarming, and there's no question that Mr. Haddad is contributing to the social and economic well-being of Atlantic Canada. From a purely immigration numbers standpoint, the most recent figures do show that Atlantic Canada is not receiving an equitable share in the immense benefits immigration provides to Canada as a whole. In 2014, only about 3% of the new permanent residents resided in the Atlantic region, and that's just about over 8,000 people. As a share of the national population, the Atlantic region makes up to 6.5% of the Canadian population. But as I touched on a moment ago, the solution is not just simply to increase the number. We need a broad-based strategy, not just to give people to Atlantic Canada to come, but to give them a reason to stay and thrive there. As the motion sets out, Atlantic Canada is currently feeling the effects of both an aging population and shrinking population, due mainly to youth outmigration from Atlantic Canada to other parts of the country. On the issue of aging population, while nationally just over 16% of Canadians were over the age of 65 in 2015, however, in the Atlantic region, these proportions are elevated, ranging from 18 to 19% in each Atlantic province. In addition to this, Atlantic Canada is also struggling with youth outmigration. From 2009 to 2014, net outmigration of young Canadians aged 15 to 29 ranged from a low of 3,900 in Prince Edward Island to a high of nearly 10,000 in New Brunswick. When a region is dealing with an elevated population of those entering retirement, on top of dealing with a significant outmigration of youth that is supposed to replace them in the labor force, there's going to cause additional strain on the economy of the region. In order to understand how to create the circumstances for newcomers to stay and thrive, it requires understanding why young Atlantic Canadians aren't staying and what can be done to change that for everyone. As my colleague, the member from Churchill, Kawatanowski-Eski, has heard across this country on her campaign, Gen Y Asks Why, precarious work and the high cost of education are two of the biggest issues impacting young Canadians as they attempt to build their lives. As you might expect, these issues are more acute in the Atlantic region. One thing to note, Mr. Speaker, is that the region has been heavily reliant on precarious seasonal workers for a long time. In 2015, while nationally just over 13% of Canadians were employed in temporary positions, Atlantic provinces ranged from over 16.5% to nearly 23%. With such elevated numbers in temporary work, one has to examine if that is helping or hampering the social and economic well-being of Atlantic Canada into the long term. Regarding the elevated levels of precarious seasonal and temporary work in the region, the Liberal government has sent some very mixed messages regarding this. The government in February of 2016 quietly exempted the region's seafood processors, allowing them to bring in unlimited temporary foreign workers for at least this year. So while I expect immigration can certainly be part of the solution in improving the economy of the region and making it sustainable, the approach of how that's done matters. The question is, are temporary workers the solution, or do we want to see permanent residence numbers go up in the region? As well, if you are good enough to work, are you not good enough to stay for the long term? To move backwards by lifting restrictions on temporary foreign workers is not likely going to help create good jobs, long-term jobs in the region for young people and newcomers alike. So yesterday, Mr. Speaker, at the Immigration and Citizenship Committee, Mr. Alex LeBlanc, the Executive Director of the New Brunswick Multicultural Council, also raised the question of family reunification. He noted that the family reunification should be considered as part of the population retention strategy. The question of the quota system on family reunification was raised. On retention of youth, worth noting is that with the significant exception of Newfoundland, Atlantic Canada is home to some of the highest tuition fees in the country, with Nova Scotia trailing only behind Ontario for its annual undergrad fees. At the committee, I intend to take a broad-based approach to this motion. In the heart of the motion, I do think that we need to examine how the government can work to improve the economic and social conditions in the Atlantic region. In addition to increasing levels of immigration to the region and retaining youth, any successful strategy will need to examine how we can better provide opportunities for other demographics that are often systemically ignored to succeed, such as Aboriginal Canadians and disabled Canadians. The government needs to be ready to match any immigration initiatives with appropriate programs, funding, and strategies to provide newcomers with real opportunities to success. Newcomers and young people need real access to skill training that will allow them not only to fill today's jobs, but create tomorrow's opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we have much to do. This motion is welcomed. We need to examine it with a wide view, a holistic approach, so that we can address these issues, not for the short term, but for the long term. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview-Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speak today to this motion that has been brought forward by my friend and colleague from Fundy Royal, because this has an enormous impact on both of my riding of Moncton Riverview and Dieppe, but as well as our neighbouring ridings in Atlantic Canada. I also want to commend the member on introducing Motion 39 to the House, as this particular motion aims to specifically address the crucial question of immigration and, more importantly, the retention of our newcomers, which is something which I personally feel deserves much more attention, thought, and careful study, especially if we want to better understand why newcomers choose to leave our beautiful region. Le Canada est avant tout.
Canada is, above all, a country of immigrants at some point. We all came from somewhere else, and we have brought our own cultural and linguistic baggage with us. And then we worked together as different groups and different nations in this country to forge the connections and share our knowledge and experiences in order to create a new identity that is vibrant and typically Canadian. Today, we recognize, furthermore, that our Canadian identity is characterized by this great diversity of peoples, cultures, and languages. We've also managed to discover a true pride in the affirmation of this Canadian mosaic. This is why we must, in my opinion, continue to push in that direction and pursue our tradition and put even more effort into attracting immigrants to our country.
I fully support this motion, and I sincerely hope that we see to providing to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration the clear mandate to take a closer look at our immigration situation in order to help our region, and indeed Atlantic Canada as a whole, as we face some serious demographic challenges with which we are currently at grips. I also firmly believe that the information that we are able to gather through such studies and analysis of data would also serve to further the interest of many other regions throughout Canada who are currently facing very similar demographic challenges. Nous sommes tous
We are all aware, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is currently grappling with one of the worst demographic crises in its history. Everywhere we go, we hear rather the same thing, that Canada's population is growing and aging, rather, at an alarming pace, to such a point that we are no longer in a position to meet our own labor needs. In fact, between 1956 and 2006, the median age of the Canadian population moved from 27 years to 38.8, which is a gain of more than 10 years over a period of only 50. Moreover, Canada's median age will reach 46.9 years in 2056. That is 20 years more than it was in 1956. This is very worrisome. Obviously, it's easy to see the effects of this problem when we look at the labor shortage that is obvious in many sectors of our economy, but we also must mention the declining populations also creates significant challenges from a financial point of view, because it's not only an issue of an aging population that results in the transfer payments in health and education being affected, but also there's a consequence of reducing our tax base because fewer people are contributing by paying taxes and by paying consumer taxes. This results in us having fewer resources that we can then invest in terms of social programs and infrastructure, and our people therefore suffer. At home in Atlantic Canada, I don't need to tell you that the situation is even more dramatic. In my home province of New Brunswick, for example, the fertility rate is less than 2%. The exodus of people leaving continues to grow. Thousands of New Brunswickers leave our province every year. According to Mr. Michael Han, the Canada Research Chair in Population and Social Policy Studies at the University of New Brunswick, Atlantic Canada has undergone in recent years the farthest reaching demographic transformations of any region in Canada. Once again, it is alarming. And this is why we must resolutely turn to immigration in order to alleviate this weak growth rate. In fact, over the last few years, there has been a growth in migration across Atlantic Canada, and this is the main source of demographic growth in our region, and it goes beyond the natural birth rate.
Live in a part of the country that is, with the exception of a few urban areas, predominantly rural, and so the impact of our aging population on our way of life is even greater. In fact, for the first time in our province's recorded history, in 2014, the number of deaths outnumbered the number of births in our province. We now have the second lowest fertility rate in Canada, a fertility rate that will only continue to drop because of our aging population. This is simply unacceptable because we all know an aging, shrinking population can be absolutely devastating to an economy. The math is simple, really, Mr. Speaker. Less people working means fewer income taxes, which results in a reduction of resources available to fund key essential public service programs and infrastructure, the development of which is also an important tool in building our economy. Bien sûr, Monsieur le Président.
Of course, it's also important to mention that the issue of immigration at home must obviously also take into account the language dimension, because we are a community that harbors a very high percentage of francophones. And of course, for ourselves as francophones, it is critical that we be able to keep the same demographic weight within our province, because if not, the risk of assimilation of our language and the loss of our culture and of our institutions would be too great. An in-depth analysis of the situation carried out by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration would allow us to identify the key factors that explain why new francophones arriving have a hard time setting up their or establishing themselves at home. If we want to better understand the situation, we will need to do so in order to find solutions. From my perspective, it's critical that we concentrate our efforts on attracting Francophone immigrants to our region, and also ensure that we take the necessary measures to ensure that these people can fully develop in our communities. Their contribution is so important to our region from an economic perspective, but also from a cultural one, because these people really come to enrich our heritage and allow us to broaden our horizons as citizens. In fact, the Government of Canada has recognized in turn that the Francophone immigration to the country is critical, and especially in regions where French is already in a minority situation. Citizenship and Immigration Canada has given itself an ambitious objective so that by 2018 they want Francophones to represent 4% of the total number of economic immigrants establishing themselves outside of Quebec. This is why they set up the Francophone Mobility Program and the Skilled Francophone Workers Program. And they will hopefully facilitate these people's arrival in Canada so that they can transition to their new communities. It will therefore be easier for skilled Francophone workers to come to Canada, first on a temporary basis, but with the possibility of using their skills in Canada permanently by going through the Express Entry Program.
Conceptions about immigration in Atlantic Canada regarding these newcomers coming to our region, it is important to remember that immigrants are not here to take our jobs. In fact, they give much more than they take. They give by sharing their unique experiences with all of us, by filling identified skill gaps in our region, by investing their capital, and by contributing to enhancing our Canadian identity. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that, and on this, the data is crystal clear, Atlantic Canada absolutely needs growth, in that the motion is important and I feel a necessary first step in improving and understanding the needs of immigration growth and retention in our area. By allowing the Standing Committee on Citizenship, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to study the immigration landscape in Atlantic Canada in greater depth, all ridings in our region will be in a much better position to map out our economic future by developing a progressive immigration strategy which will help address our lack of growth.
I think, Mr. Speaker, that you will agree with me that together we will be successful, that by working in collaboration we'll be able to build a future for our beautiful region and overcome the many challenges we face.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that we need to increase the number of Francophone immigrants in the region.
My ancestry, my maiden name is Godin, and we trace our Acadian roots to the region, and I also share the concern that the member opposite just raised. So I think that this would be an excellent component of the study, should it, in fact, go to committee. And I will not pain you anymore with my French that my grandfather would deeply be shamed for at this point in time tonight, which he is ashamed of. Anyway, I respect my colleague opposite for moving this motion. I'm just a little curious as to what happened in the first hour of debate. I wasn't here, I wasn't able to listen to it, but I understand that the parliamentary secretary moved a significant amendment to the motion, which narrows the motion quite a bit. It narrows it down to looking at the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Initiative. I think one of the attractive components of this motion in its first form was that it had a very broad scope. I think that the issue of strategies for immigration to the region is very important in looking at the long-term economic success of the region. But so I'm just curious as to why the parliamentary secretary, who has a government appointment, would come in and basically restrict the scope, or significantly narrow the scope to looking at an existing government initiative. And I think that this is an important question to raise, given that we had a debate on the standing orders where there was an exchange between that particular parliamentary secretary and another member of the House in terms of the role of parliamentary secretaries in committees. So I just feel that it's necessary to raise this issue. I know I've just got the Liberal platform here. I believe that the Liberal platform said that we'll change the rules so that ministers and parliamentary secretaries no longer have a vote on committees. I think it's interesting to talk about how that works in practical reality, because what you've got here with the movement of this amendment, a parliamentary secretary essentially dictating what would happen in a committee. So I think that there's an incongruency between that and what the Liberal platform said in terms of more freedom in committee study. So I had looked through the debate to see if there was any sort of pushback from the member opposite, and after the parliamentary secretary's speech, I understand that the member opposite just simply said, I consent to this amendment without any sort of rationale why. So I'm just curious. I'm not sure why the member opposite would accept an amendment from a government member to restrict the scope of the motion to this level, especially if we're looking at new and innovative approaches to attract immigration to the region. I note that House of Commons procedure and practice says that in terms of committees are masters of their proceedings or masters of their procedures. This is an idea that's frequently evoked in committee debates or in the House. The concept refers to the freedom committees normally have to organize their work as they see fit, and the option that they have defining on their own certain rules of procedure that facilitate their proceedings. And of course I understand that the House of Commons has a role in referring items for study to committee, but I'm just wondering why the member opposite would take advice from a government member when the party platform is that the parliamentary secretary wouldn't necessarily dictate the role of committee, why she would have allowed the member to do that and significantly narrow the scope when the motion as it was originally adopted could have in theory put that in place. It's just a little curious. The second thing that I find a little curious is why the member opposite, who I think she could really carve a niche out for herself in this area in terms of standing up for her constituents. Obviously, and we've heard speeches from across the House here, immigration is a key concern in the region. I think that's something that we all acknowledge. But I'm not sure why she would accept an amendment as an Atlantic Canada member from a member from downtown Toronto who is a parliamentary secretary and doing this. So it just seems a little weird to me. I think that the member had a fantastic motion going into the House. I think that there's probably still some merit to it. It just seems odd. And I felt compelled to point that out to the House, that a parliamentary secretary from downtown Toronto was telling a government committee what to do to a member from Atlantic Canada on a motion about Atlantic Canada when it was pretty good to begin with. So I'll just put that out there. Nonetheless, we move forward. One of the concerns that I have with regard to immigration in Atlantic Canada was the government's recent decision to sort of arbitrarily put in place additional temporary foreign workers to low-skilled temporary foreign workers to companies in the area. We know that the unemployment rate in the region is very high. In certain parts of the region is very high. In fact, certainly that's some pain that my constituents are feeling right now as well. We also have similarly high rates of unemployment in Alberta. So one of the challenges I know we faced in government is that we often had demands from certain industries in the region to have more temporary foreign workers come to fill those jobs. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think that the temporary foreign worker program needs a serious overhaul. This is something that our government, I think, crashed into when we saw the abuses of these programs really come to light in 2014. And I'm talking specifically about the low-skilled worker area. Many of the people that come to Canada through the low-skilled worker program I frankly think that they're exploited. I think that companies that are asking for them in an area of high unemployment, that there's broader questions to ask, including, are there skills that are lacking from people in the region that we could be training them for to take these jobs? Or a very difficult question, a difficult taboo question to ask, which is, why do people not want to take these jobs? And this, of course, is a question that I found myself having to answer to when there was a lot of people in Alberta coming to ask about low-skilled workers or additional temporary foreign workers coming into the province for these types of jobs. I really don't feel that as a country we should be allowing businesses that can't find Canadian labor to base their entire business model and profit structure on the backs of temporary foreign workers. And even when you think about the name itself, the name of that program in itself is offensive. Temporary foreign worker. It almost devalues the contribution of those people to our country. They often, I think, experience great challenges coming here. So I was really shocked. I was really surprised that this government, as their first sort of immigration initiative to Atlantic Canada, would increase temporary foreign workers in a region with high unemployment to an industry that I don't think has made the case that their business model isn't predicated on the availability of low-skilled workers. And I think that that's a problem. It's not just for Atlantic Canada, but other areas of the country where that might be the case, because if you're seeing wage growth in other areas of the economy, but wage stagnation in industries that severely and heavily rely on temporary foreign workers, then that's a government intervention mechanism that is not in the best interest of Canadian workers writ large, and frankly not in the best interest of people coming to Canada through that program itself. So again, I just find it puzzling that a member who has shown some passion, and I actually respect her for bringing this forward because I think she's going to be able, should it pass, to go to committee and make some meaningful contributions, restrict the scope of this motion, again, from a parliamentary secretary from downtown Toronto on an Atlantic Canada immigration model, on an Atlantic immigration motion. She should restrict it to initiatives that are essentially already underway. Just a little weird. So again, should this motion pass, and I hope she'll speak to this. I hope she'll say why she would accept a government member's motion in the business of parliamentary or committee business itself. But should this pass, I certainly hope that the government members on the committee will provide the general public with rationale as to why they would expand the exploitative temporary foreign worker program in Atlantic Canada rather than looking at ways to create jobs and economic growth in the long term.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak about immigration in Canada and also, more specifically in Atlantic Canada. So, why am I rising to speak about this subject? Well, it's because the Atlantic region includes some beautiful provinces, and a very important mentor to me in my political career, someone I speak a lot about these days, and someone who has taught me a lot about the official languages file, is Yvon Godin. Now, as you know, Yvon Godin is the former member for Acadie-Bathurst, and he fought very hard for the well-being of his community, the well-being of Acadians, and also for the Atlantic region in general, and for Francophones all across Canada. So I'm pleased to rise in the House today to talk about Motion M39, which has to do with immigration to Atlantic Canada. It's from my the Liberal member for Fundy Royal. So what's the origin of this motion? Well, New Brunswick is the only province that is officially bilingual in Canada, and this is something I'll be speaking about later on in my speech. I support this motion because at the NDP we support all initiatives that promote socioeconomic vitality in the Atlantic region. This is a region that has been hard hit by the Harper government's poor policies over recent years. M39 calls upon the Standing Committee for Immigration, Citizenship and Immigration to undertake a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada. And the committee would have to look at the challenges associated with an aging population and a shrinking population base. And it would also have to study possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region. And of course, the committee is also requested to report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of the motion. And we at the NDP support the idea of such a study. My colleague spoke just a moment ago. She is on the Immigration Committee, and they're doing excellent work. And like her, I support this recommendation. Now, the study would have to do with finding ways to get the Atlantic provinces to fully take advantage of all of the advantages of immigration in Canada. So increasing immigration to Atlantic provinces is part of the solution, but it's not the only solution. Of course, we need to have a holistic approach. We want to have an approach that will factor in demographics, social inequality, and other factors that affect the Atlantic region. Now, if we want to reduce the differences between the regions as much as possible, there are a lot of different approaches that we could take, including this immigration study, which we support. And we will be looking at these differences that exist between different regions and different Canadian provinces so that we can promote sustainable development of Canada. Now, a few numbers. According to Statistics Canada, the Canadian population increased by 0.9% between 2014 and 2015. And during the same period, the Atlantic provinces actually saw a decrease in their population of 0.1 or 0.2%. Now, unfortunately, if with such a decrease, the population can't continue to grow. And there's a similar situation among Francophone communities in the Atlantic region. So we need to use all the means at our disposal to improve that situation. In 2014, Canada welcomed around 260,000 new permanent residents, and the Atlantic region only had 8,000. So that's really only about 3% of the new permanent residents. In 2015, the Atlantic provinces had the highest proportion of people aged 65 and over. So clearly, this poses several challenges. If you have a small working population and a large aging population, that creates a whole series of challenges for the Atlantic region. And that's why it's important to look into this matter in greater depth. And this study represents a good step in that direction. Earlier, I spoke about my colleague Yvon Godin, who worked so hard to promote Francophone language and culture across Canada. But he also worked very hard for the Atlantic region and to promote immigration and to ensure that we would have an appropriate level of Francophone immigration in areas of Canada where there are official language minority communities. New Brunswick is an example of such a place where the Francophone population is about 40% of the population, and the other 60% are Anglophone. And as I said, this is the only officially bilingual province in Canada. It's important to maintain that significant level of Francophones in Atlantic Canada, and immigration is important for that. And Mr. Speaker, at the Official Languages Committee, we are currently studying immigration to official language minority communities. We don't have a lot of time to conduct our study. We are short on time, but we are doing the study and trying to improve the situation. And I would be pleased to share the results of our study because that might help the members of the Immigration Committee as well. Now, we do have a target when it comes to Francophone immigration for Canada as a whole and for minority communities, and that target is 4.4%. by 2023, and that's francophone immigration outside of Quebec. And so we're talking about official language minority communities. But we are far from reaching that target, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are having these studies to try to improve the situation, for example, in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and the other Atlantic provinces. Some people spoke about the return of the Mobilité Francophone program. Unfortunately, it was abolished by the Conservatives. And I think that it's important that when there are good initiatives, that the parties should support that. So I'd like to thank the Liberals for having corrected that mistake made by the Conservatives. It's not everything, but I think it is a good step forward in terms of improving the situation of Francophones in official language minority communities. There are other improvements needed as well, as I said. The Official Languages Commissioner has an annual report which said that immigration should be seen as a useful tool to economic growth in these minority communities. So immigration is really an advantage and something that helps us grow. It's not a problem or something that we should consider a challenge. The problem with Francophone immigration to official language minority communities is that organizations need to really work in and for communities to make it a reality. So there need to be services provided by and for members of the Francophone community. It's very difficult to have all of the necessary relationships otherwise. So I don't have a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, but I would just say that in my region, which is not the Atlantic region, but in my region, we are trying to promote immigration. We are working hard to welcome newcomers to Canada, and we've been able to enrich many communities in my area. For example, recently we welcomed several Syrian families, and we were very happy to be part of that work in welcoming those newcomers. We're working very hard to integrate them into our community and to help them find work, to help their children go to school, and to really help them flourish. Because we also want them to be able to contribute to our society. Really, it works both ways. We enrich each other. Canada is, of course, a country of immigration, and I think it's important that we continue to enrich our culture and our communities through immigration in the Atlantic region and all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
For Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by saying how pleased I am to speak on the issue of immigration in Atlantic Canada, which could very possibly be the most significant issue impacting the Atlantic region, not just in this Parliament, but potentially for an entire generation. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take some time to thank the honourable member from Fundy Royal for her leadership on this issue within our caucus, in this House, and of course in her community as well. Over the course of my submissions, I hope to touch on why immigration is so important to Atlantic Canada. I give a few examples on how immigration could transform the Atlantic region, and then, of course, explain the key opportunities that currently exist to capitalize on the initiative and the study laid out in Motion 39. So the beginning point of this analysis for me, Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canadians right now, myself included, are living in a house of cards of sorts. This is largely due to the demographic problem facing our region today. Nova Scotia, for example, has the highest proportion of seniors of any province in Canada. This can be a wonderful thing, having many seniors in our community, but at the same time we're seeing a serious outmigration of youth and indeed an overall decline in parts of the Atlantic region. This causes problems because as our population ages, the cost of health care increases and certain social benefits that seniors are entitled to become due. And when you don't have a pipeline of young families and workers, you not only lose the tax revenue to cover the cost for these seniors, but you have a significant decrease in productivity as well. The cost of inaction on this file is too great to ignore. If we do nothing, the Ivany report has suggested by 2038 we could lose up to 100,000 workers just in Nova Scotia. This is going to see our schools close, our hospital services shut down, and we need to act swiftly. So far as I'm aware, there's only two ways that you can boost population to a region. One is increasing fertility rates, and one is taking on an immigration plan. With great respect to the ambitious young people who may wish to replenish the population through their efforts to boost fertility, I'd suggest in this House immigration will be a more effective way to achieve that important end. I mentioned the Ivany report previously. This report laid a path for future growth in Nova Scotia, although I think it applies equally to Atlantic Canada, and it identified immigration as a potential game changer. There's certain economic and social boosts that we can expect to see if we put together a robust and well-thought-out immigration plan that this study will help us achieve. On the economic side, there's a number of reasons why this is the right thing to do. Increasing immigration to Atlantic Canada will provide us with, it'll allow us to fill gaps in the labour force. If I look back to my own riding, I'm working with a very well-respected employer who's a manufacturer in Pictou County, and they've got an employee with a very specific set of skills. He's an industrial mechanic for certain kinds of equipment at their shop. And he's dealing with an administrative hassle that's causing him to apply repeatedly for temporary work permits. He's a wonderful guy, and he's the exact kind of person we should be bringing in, not only so we can welcome more people to our region, but so we can support the needs of that employer, who employs about 100 Canadians. Similarly, in the seafood processing industry, the jobs that we were talking about for temporary workers don't just support the seafood processing plant, but they support the local fishermen in my communities along the Northumberland Strait and the Eastern Shore as well. In addition to meeting the shortage in labour supply, immigrants are often entrepreneurs. There's a doctor in my home community who has invested significant personal savings to invest in a local business, and he wants to further invest, but he needs access to capital. Without permanent residency status or citizenship in Canada, he's unable to access the kind of capital that he needs to open a new restaurant in my community. Again, he's an upstanding citizen who plans to be here for life. We should be welcoming him and encouraging him to invest so he can employ more people in our region. Immigrants and refugees also provide new markets. You're offered, when you're dealing with people who are coming from another place, you're often dealing with people who need to buy everything from the pillowcases and toothbrushes to fill their home to the hardware and the lumber they need to build their home. These are people that make purchases from local shops that support entrepreneurs on the local scene as well. In addition, Mr. Speaker, immigrants can provide a significant boost to trade and tourism. When you're bringing people from all around the world, they often have relationships with businesses in another part of the world that they could do business with. They will help bring in foreign investment and capital into our region. But they'll also, if we make a plan that brings in immigrants in significant numbers to Atlantic Canada, we should expect to see that friends and family members of our newcomers will come visit as well and give a boost to the tourism industry, which is already a very important strategic economic industry in my home province of Nova Scotia and across the Atlantic region. But in my experience, Mr. Speaker, we've also seen, with the immigration efforts we have taken on, a real social boost to our communities. We've seen a new vibrancy that is a new experience for many of us who've spent our lifetimes in Atlantic Canada. We've seen in the town of New Glasgow, the Multicultural Association not only provide a forum for newcomers to connect with one another, but to showcase everything they have to offer to the community. They're hosting festivals that I love to attend. It gives us an opportunity to meet vendors who prepare ethnic foods at our local farmers markets, and it's a wonderful thing for the community at large. It also allows us to recruit professionals such as doctors. The idea that we're facing a shortage in rural family practitioners, at the same time we're capping the number of foreign-trained doctors that can come practice in Nova Scotia, is quite confusing to me. But right now there's certain key opportunities that I see in the Atlantic region that we need to capitalize on. If I look at our post-secondary institutions between their, again in Nova Scotia, 10 universities and the Nova Scotia Community College, which has puts us close to or over 20 post-secondary education campuses in total. I see institutions that are attracting foreign students that fall in love with the region, that would love to stay, that have a tremendous education and could become entrepreneurs in our own communities. And we make it very difficult for them to become permanent residents and citizens. This is an opportunity we must capitalize on for the sake of the future of our region. But I also see that there's a shift in attitude. We've had some great historical successes, like the Dutch farmers who came in the mid-20th century, including the family of the honourable member from Sydney, Victoria, who've made a real difference to primary industry in Atlantic Canada. But we've also had tremendous success, and I'll point to the example that my friend from Vancouver East made reference to. My friends who from Antigonish, the Had family, who opened a chocolate shop at a small shed-turned chocolate factory in Antigonish. But it's not just the Had's family. Other new members to our community from this initiative are working for local construction companies, are performing with local theatre troupes in their first year that they've spent in Nova Scotia. And it's a tremendous thing because I know small communities across Atlantic Canada are sharing that similar experience. This shift in attitude is something that's very heartwarming from my perspective. Because historically, I think certain small communities have a bit of a reputation in Atlantic Canada for labeling people who haven't spent 3 generations there as come from a ways. And now we've adopted an attitude where we're encouraging people to come from away. And it's a wonderful thing because over the past few years, people have become acutely aware of the need to boost immigration because they recognize the demographic problem that we're all facing, because we're seeing it in our own families when our parents are having increased cost of health care. When our brothers and sisters and cousins are moving away for work because they can't find it at home. People feel this in their personal lives. I'm someone personally who had to spend a few years moving out to Alberta to find work, like so many other people that I went to school with. I've got 5 sisters, each of whom have spent some time out of province. We've got one still is going to be an accountant in Halifax, and the only other one who stayed in the province has a husband who travels back and forth to the Middle East. Bringing more people in is not only going to create opportunities for them to come back, but create opportunities for the newcomers to flourish as well. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I am going to be supporting this motion, and I urge all other members of this House to do the same. Immigration is essential to the future of our region's economy and to, quite frankly, our success. The cost of inaction is too great to ignore, and we will ignore it at our own peril. The Atlantic Growth Strategy put forward by the government is an excellent first step that's going to see 6,000 new immigrants and their families in the region over the next 3 years. But we need to embark on this study to ensure that we do it in the right way, ensure that we create a plan to retain these immigrants once they call Atlantic Canada home. And I once again ask for the support of all members of this House for the sake of the future of the region that I care about most, Atlantic Canada. Please support this motion and undertake an initiative to promote immigration in Atlantic Canada. Thank you.
Great job.
Resuming debate. Yep. Oh, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speak, if I may, just for a few minutes, and only because I truly believe that what the member is proposing is a fantastic thing for the Atlantic region. I was a provincial MLA for many years inside Manitoba, and we had a very similar problem. And I attribute the success of Manitoba's immigration policy actually to former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, where Jean Chrétien and the then Premier Gary Filmon entered into agreement with the Provincial Nominee Program, which enabled, and I say this for Immigration, the Standing Committee, is that when they take a look at what works in immigration, and I know this because I've been dealing with it for over 25 years on a personal level, the best immigration policy is driven by families. It's driven by allowing immigrants to become a part of the community. If you tie them into families and you tie them into employment, that it does make a profound difference. I attribute Manitoba's success in growth. In fact, if you take a look at immigration to the province of Manitoba, it would have actually declined if it was not for immigration. And the last 10 years is an excellent example of that. And that one program, that one initiative, back with Jean Chrétien and Gary Filmon, actually turned the tide for the province of Manitoba on an immigration point of view. So we know, Mr. Speaker, that it can in fact be done, and I do applaud the member, and in fact the Atlantic Caucus, who I know has done a phenomenal effort in terms of just lobbying this, not only inside this chamber, but outside the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. And we'll go to the honourable member for Fundy Royal for 5 minutes, the right to reply to conclude this debate. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleagues for their thoughtful perspectives and overwhelming support for efforts to increase immigration to Atlantic Canada. This debate in the House of Commons has drawn attention to this critical call to action as Atlantic Canadians look for ways to achieve a more prosperous future, a future that allows for the repatriation of our youth, economic growth, and sustainability of communities throughout the region. Immigration will play a role in the outcome of all of these factors. I would also like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship, Refugees and Immigration for his friendly amendment to Motion 39, which recognizes the challenges associated with the retention of newcomers to Atlantic Canada. I am pleased with this amendment, and to respond to my honourable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, I think this amendment actually broadens the scope of the study for the committee. I want to thank her for her comments today and also for her extensive work on this file. I think the study of retention is incredibly important and will add to the study of the Atlantic Growth Strategy. Now, she may not be familiar with the strategy as it was conceived by the 32 MPs from Atlantic Canada and supported by the government. I think it's essential that Parliament sees the effect of this strategy. By studying factors that increase retention rates of the newcomers, the committee will not only contribute to the success of the government's Atlantic Canadian immigration pilot, which is a component of the Atlantic Growth Strategy, it will also provide a point of reference for best practices. The practices can then be shared across Canada, knowing that national demographic projections show that all regions of Canada will be impacted by an aging population. Atlantic Canada is facing the impact first. I believe best retention practices will include much broader actions in government policy. I believe increased retention will only happen when communities, employers, and individuals take steps to ensure that newcomer families will not only be settled into their work life, but also be involved in their communities. Extra efforts need to happen in rural areas to help newcomers develop support systems, because that happens a little more naturally in urban areas with larger immigrant communities.
During this debate, my colleagues have raised concerns about the protection of the French language. I agree that we need to pay special attention to the need for Francophone immigrants in the Atlantic provinces, and particularly in my province of New Brunswick, which is the only officially bilingual province in Canada. According to New Brunswick's Commissioner of Official Languages, the federal and New Brunswick governments should make sure that the proportions of Francophone and Acadian communities are respected. Immigration, according to the Commissioner, is the only way of increasing Canada's population, and New Brunswick's Francophone population is no exception to that rule.
During the course of this debate, I have also heard concerns from my colleagues about the Temporary Foreign Worker Program and the Provincial Nominee Program, with the suggestion that this pilot was introduced without consultation. This government has consulted and listened to Canadians, and it certainly has consulted with Atlantic provinces. I am confident that the government will deliver based on the feedback received and look forward to the announcement of immigration levels on November 1st. I'm also proud that this government's Atlantic immigration pilot was announced in July and was absolutely developed with the premiers of Atlantic Canada. It is designed to work in concert with the existing programs that are already contributing to the economic and demographic stability of the Atlantic region. In fact, I was fortunate enough to be part of the Minister of Immigration's consultations with industry, and I also know that he's met with the premiers and economic advisors. All have confirmed that we need to grow the workforce in a targeted way that supports long-term sustainability. The growth of the economy will require more aggressive means than the provincial nominee program and the use of temporary foreign workers. Mr. Speaker, historically, Canada has prospered when immigration was part of the plans for economic development. Studying the best ways to attract and retain immigrants in Atlantic Canada will benefit the entire country. I am pleased to have brought this debate to the House of Commons and to have provided the opportunity for parliamentarians to make a significant difference in the lives of my constituents of Fundy Royal, of Atlantic Canadians, and of all Canadians. Because when Atlantic Canada does better, all of Canada does better.
To that end, I ask my colleagues of this House for support for motion number 39. Thank you.
Great job.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Lockhart.
Cumberland Colchester moved that the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration be instructed to undertake a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada to consider, among other things, 1, the challenges associated with an aging population and shrinking population base, 2, possible recommendation on how to increase immigration to the region, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. Amendment by Mr. Burani, seconded by Ms. Petipa-Taylor. May I dispense? Very good. The question on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favour, please say yea. Yea. All those against, please say nay. Carried. Thank you. The next question on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Ms. Lockhart, seconded by Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester, moved that the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration be instructed to undertake a study. May I dispense? Very good. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion as amended? All those in favour, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 2nd, 2016, at the beginning of private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House is now adjourned. Do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising again, as I have so many other times in this chamber, to talk about a border situation that is very important for this nation. Along the corridor that I represent in Windsor West, approximately 30 to 35% of the nation's trade to America takes place, over $1 billion per day, often up to 30,000 trucks or 10,000 vehicles as well traverse. And we've been trying to get a new border crossing for some time. In fact, in the year 2000, when I was then a city councillor, proposed and put forth the community movement with others to actually create a new border crossing. And it was ascribed at that time by some as a pipe dream. Fast forwarding over several number of years to where we are today, we finally actually have a potential for a new border crossing with Windsor to Detroit that once again will actually provide new modern infrastructure. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government had to be dragged and kicking and screaming to finally getting a border solution, which they now have inherited from the Conservatives. But the process is breaking down, Mr. Speaker. The Windsor-Detroit Border Authority was basically put in the situation to build a new border crossing for our community and for our country. Something that's been advocated for, Mr. Speaker, for not only just the community getting international trucks off of city streets, but also for our economy, as we've had a number of different suppliers and also just-in-time deliveries, everything you could imagine, from automotive to agriculture. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 12% of the GTA area is dependent upon a border crossing in Windsor in terms of their overall economy, and even up to 8 to 10% in Montreal. So we have a significant economic footprint that would basically grind to a halt if we do not fix the border crossings in Windsor. And we are dependent upon nearly 90-year-old infrastructure right now with regards to the current Ambassador Bridge. and also we have a Windsor-Detroit tunnel, and we do have a more modern ferry service, but it is not as robust as it is necessary to actually service everything. It does a very good, excellent job for chemicals and hazardous materials, but it cannot accommodate the mass volume that we have. Hence, a border process has been in place. But we know the past, Mr. Speaker. The past has been the Liberals have succumbed to lobbying and have succumbed to the wishes of a few at the expense of the community in the past. And one of those concerns is the ownership of the Ambassador Bridge, which is in private American hands right now. A billionaire owns the Ambassador Bridge and basically daily controls the economic levers for Canada in many senses. In fact, it wasn't until we actually had the International Bridge and Tunnel Act that actually had a process in place to inspect the bridge properly and to actually have then from the inspection enforcement powers because it was private property. So, Mr. Speaker, my question was, when are we going to get this new border crossing completed? The road has been completed, Mr. Speaker, and the request for proposals was supposed to be out for building this new bridge. Everything has been done. In fact, we have, because of the government's lack of planning, are doing all the work necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, my question was, why is there delays continuing to actually put their RFP out and build the border crossing by 2020? Why isn't the government meeting that mandate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to respond to my colleague. I would say at the outset that the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of the Windsor-Detroit corridor and is firmly committed to carrying out the Gordie Howe International Bridge project as quickly as possible. The Windsor-Detroit commercial corridor is the busiest land crossing along the Canadian-American border and one of the busiest in North America. Over a quarter of all trade goes between our two countries that crosses by land depends on this corridor. The Government of Canada has made considerable progress in this project. In July 2015, we completed the first step, which was the request for qualification, and it started in 2015, finished in January 2016, and 3 very competitive teams were pre-selected in the request for proposals. So the work has already started for the request for proposals and will last about 18 months. And then at the end of that process, the PPP contract will be concluded with the selected private partner. Under that contract, the private partner will have to provide detailed information on the project, including a timetable for the construction work and the date that the bridge would be expected to open. And, Mr. Speaker, large-scale infrastructure projects like the Gordie Howe International Bridge require a lot of preparatory work before the construction actually can start. So as this procurement process unfolds, the Government of Canada is very busy on other aspects. For example, nearly $60 million has been invested to prepare the site for the border, the Customs Plaza in the industrial sector at Brighton Beach, including an access road, the change of location for utilities, backfilling, and leveling and drainage. So this work was started in the summer, is moving ahead well. On the Canadian side in Windsor, almost all of the land required for the project has been acquired, which means that once the bidder is chosen, work will go ahead quickly. We are also working to acquire the property that will be required, land on the Detroit side, under the direction of the Michigan Department of Transportation. There are offers being made in Del Rey where the Customs Plaza will be on the other side, and demolition of some buildings has already started. As I mentioned, the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of infrastructure and has committed to investing over $120 billion for this over the next 10 years.
I know that the work is taking place on the Canadian side. I was on City Council and we assembled the land that now is being used for the actual border crossing. And on the Del Rey side and the Michigan side, we have a number of processes in place that have been passed for a number of years. It's called condemnation, and the process there has been slowed because this government has fallen to the lobby of the Ambassador Bridge, a private company and a private American billionaire who has basically been active at slowing the project down. And Mr. Speaker, the deadline by the government was 2020. Are they going to make the 2020 deadline? What are the excuses if they're not? This government dispatched one of the persons from the Windsor-Detroit Border Authority, and they dispatched that person to go meet with the Ambassador Bridge about selling or purchasing, selling for the Ambassador Bridge to us, but purchasing from the Canadian government. So what is it? Are they going to purchase the Ambassador Bridge? And then how are they going to go about doing a P3 if they don't even know whether or not there's going to be one crossing or two crossings in the public sector? So I'd like to know, is the 2020 deadline still on, and why are they actually negotiating with a private American billionaire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's very enthusiastic. The 2020 deadline was done under the previous government, and we don't toss those kinds of dates around. We're going to do this responsibly. It's the company that's been chosen that will be able to give us the date, and when we know what that company is, we'll have more details. But I want to reassure my colleague that this project is as important for the Canadian government as it is for him. We want to do this, but we want to do it responsibly and in the knowledge that it's being done in the best interest of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'm speaking to the Minister of Immigration, and I see that it's the Parliamentary Secretary who's here. So I'm very pleased to be able to speak to him. The member for Parkdale Hyde Park. I think I'm pronouncing it well. My English isn't so good, but thank you for being here tonight. And I speak to you this evening asking about the follow-up on the people who are still waiting to arrive here and have been since January, our refugees. I know that in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, citizens have worked hard together to properly prepare for the arrival of refugee families. The sponsorship groups that were formed in Saint-Hubert, Saint-Basile, and in several other cities. Many generous people have given of their precious time and worked extremely hard to gather significant sums of money with a goal to being able to support for a full year the expenses of a family. Others have rented houses and have done the necessary work on them so that this would be adequate and appropriate for a young family arriving. And this was for a family that had a 20-week-old baby. You can understand that today the baby has grown. They have to buy new clothes. These people worked so hard to gather money, and now they have to get rid of, or not get, but rather give this to other families in the communities, which is fine, but they have to now gather more money and start again. So this government's lack of action has resulted in these committees suffering the consequences of it. And that was an example I wanted to give you. This government's been in place for almost a year, or over a year, and there was an urgent need to act during the campaign. You remember the little boy that we saw around the world in newspapers and on television. The Liberals jumped on that as a beautiful opportunity. It was such a great urgency that this was part of the government's to-do list, but they let community groups down that mobilized these honest people in our regions following the October 2015 election. And it's another election promise that wasn't respected. Many times I've asked the Minister of Immigration in writing, through member statements and through questions in this chamber, why he didn't have any empathy and why he didn't respect his commitment to ensure that refugee families that were expected, not just in my riding but elsewhere in Canada, haven't arrived. And during the many exchanges between my office and that of the minister's office, they always said, we're working on a plan to bring more refugees to Canada, but we don't have any arrival date to give you, and things have to follow their course. But given the nature of the issue, everything is confidential. And Mr. Speaker, people were even chided for being too generous. That was the minister's response. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked the government to speed up the process and provide us with a clear answer, yes or no. Are these refugees going to be admitted? And if it's the case, when will they be admitted? It's unacceptable that this be put on the backs of the generosity of Canadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and for his great support for this project. As the member knows, processing government-supported and privately sponsored Syrian refugees has never stopped. Refugees have continued to arrive since the beginning of March, and more are scheduled to arrive in the weeks and months ahead. Once an application is fully approved, including the medical and security screening, a visa is issued and government and privately sponsored refugees are able to travel to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, they are doing so. This past spring, the minister committed that every effort would be made to finalize all privately sponsored Syrian refugee applications that were submitted by March 31st, 2016. By the end of this year or early next year, the government has made every effort to make this happen. For most of May and June of this year, additional dedicated staff joined employees and partner organizations already working in the Middle East to process applications for privately sponsored Syrian refugees. After this blitz period was over, mission staff in the Middle East continued to process private sponsorship applications and finalize cases. Again, every effort is being made to ensure that all privately sponsored Syrian refugee applications submitted by March 31st are finalized by the end of 2016 or early 2017. That is to say, this would apply also for my honourable colleagues' riding. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to meet this commitment and in light of the crisis in Syria, applications to privately sponsor Syrian refugees were processed on a priority basis. But there are other refugee populations that sponsors wish to help, and those applications also require processing. And processing can also depend on a number of factors, including the volume of applications, the security situation in the region, and how quickly requirements such as security screening and medical examinations can be completed. I imagine that the member across knows very well that these requirements are so important as well. Mr. Speaker, the public response to the Syrian refugee crisis has been extremely generous. My colleague has mentioned that as well. Up until now, 11,695 privately sponsored Syrian refugees have been resettled in Canada by the private sector between November 4th, 2015 and September 25th, 2016. The government has not seen an outpouring of support of this magnitude since the resettlement of Indo-Chinese refugees in the late 1970s. Whether people were part of a group sponsoring refugees or helping to welcome our government-assisted refugees, this truly has been a national project. And I applaud this project, and I thank my colleague for raising this. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank the member for his question. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My excellent colleague has very good French in passing. Thank you very much. We're proud to have a bilingual country here in Canada, and I appreciate that. When we talk about criteria and compelling issues, I have a list of the various committees and municipalities, and there's one in particular that meets all criminality, medical, security. All three were cleared. They were all approved, and from what I understand from the answer, we should be having an answer very soon. So I invite the minister to proceed over the next few days to inform that committee. And my colleague, my honourable colleague, was saying that it is honourable what Canadians have done in this situation, this emergency situation. This is the humane and compassionate side of Canadians. We must be supported and helped. And the minister said it's because of the generosity of Canadians that they're tied up in this. I understand tonight that they've put more employees on this. That's good. I'm happy. But when are we going to be able to give an answer to our generous, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? Therefore, as an answer, Mr. Speaker, I can tell my colleague across the way that even if we have a situation where the conditions have been met, like health and medical and security clearances that have been cleared, there is still the situation with the UN. If the person's in the UN, in Jordan, or in Turkey, they still have to have the possibility of having the proper paperwork to go exit out of those countries. So that creates further delays. But we are here to help the members from any party. We're there to help the constituents of our colleagues from any party, and we thank the Canadians for their generosity. And I thank the constituents in my colleagues' riding, and will try to solve the situation as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant is not present tonight to raise the issue he raised tonight, and therefore the question is deemed to be withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House, therefore, remains adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.